events, taking this opportunity after COVID and after sort of stopping all events for a year and making sure that going forward, we have what we want and we don't have what we don't want. And this is a great time given a perfect spot for a reset. So I know Todd and Shannon have been intimately involved in crafting what we're going to talk about tonight, as well as Lucy. And who's our events person? Is that
Carol?
Carol? So you guys sort of can lead the discussion. What I need to know, Shannon, before we get started is what exactly you want from the council at the end of this thing tonight. So let's start with that and you can get rolling.
Okay. Well, thank you all for giving us this time to talk to you today. We're hoping that the memo that you have in the packet and all the supporting documents kind of helped frame what we want to talk about today and provided you with some information that will make this conversation kind of run more smoothly, and kind of get to an end result that gives us direction on where we should be going. So ultimately, we'll kind of run through a few points that are in the memo. I think our intention is not to spend a lot of time on any one section necessarily unless you have questions. But you probably saw in blue in the memo, there's a couple of sections where we very specifically would like your feedback. And then certainly we would take whatever feedback you have to offer on any aspects of events in general or the memo, sections of the memo specifically. So I think what I'd like to do is start by handing the torch to Lucy to just talk a little bit about the first few slides you had as an attachment that were from the resident sentiment survey that was done a few years ago. And then we can move on through the rest of the items and get your feedback.
Thank you, Shannon. I'll just start with reiterating just a few very top-line things from what is in your deck, really for the benefit of some folks that are listening that maybe haven't had a chance to look at the deck. And in 2019, we did our last resident sentiment survey. The long and short of it is on the events section, about 80% of our respondents, and we had 1,100 respondents, felt that events add value to the community. That was pretty consistent with the 2017 survey, which was winter focused. That one was just a point higher. So overall, people feel okay about events, as of 2019 they did. Doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. Doesn't mean there aren't a lot of things we can be doing to help with mitigation and some impact things. But for the most part, our community feels pretty good about events in the most general sense. We do have these questions built into the survey that is in the works right now. We're framing the questions exactly the way they were in 2017 and 2019. We thought this was one area where we wanted continuity with prior years. So our question for you is, are there other things that you'd like to know from our resident survey regarding events that we're not currently, that we haven't asked in the last two? Or are you okay with us just continuing with the continuity in that line of questioning?
So Lucy, when you, in the survey, when you asked, was the question actually, do you think that events and festivals add value to the community?
Yes.
I think that I think there may be an additional question that could be asked a little more around, I guess I don't know what it would say, but I think add value I think most people would say that it adds value, but it doesn't mean they necessarily want or support having the, the events. Does that make sense? I mean, I think that the wording on that question is a little bit, maybe not what we're like, maybe we want both that information, but also, do you support that level of the number of events or something else? I just think that that question is maybe a little bit different than what the response or the question we actually want to know.
Are you saying how we define value adds value? What is adding value? Is it property or property value? Is it easier to rent your short term or your long term? Is it value to your business, or is it quality of life value?
That's a great point, Jeffrey.
Well, and it sounds a little bit like all or nothing. Like, do you like events in general? Like, it's very general of events in their entirety, but perhaps, because I don't think nobody's considering, no events or anything like that, but trying to get a feel on whether we have the right number of events or if people might prefer fewer or something like that. Something that would kind of get at that, because I agree with what Kelly and Jeffrey are saying, is that, value is, I think it's all encompassing a bit.
One thing we can do, we certainly can add whatever you like. One thing we can do to answer the question, I mean, these were just the survey questions. We have a ton of comments in the surveys, a lot of which are, speaking to some of the things that you all are asking about. So one thing we could do is go back in and pull comments that are relative to, the number of events, or, I can tell you that just from knowing what's in that data, that people were more or less okay with the amount of events, didn't necessarily want more, but were kind of comfortable with what we had, understanding that even if they were inconvenienced, it was for the greater good. That kind of sentiment was the general, but we can pull the comments and organize that in a way that you all can see that for yourselves. But we certainly can add a specific question on the number of events. We can make it be whatever is going to be relevant for you all to make the decisions you need to make. But
maybe a question, and maybe it's in here. Would you like more events, less events, or the same amount of events?
I don't know. I think that, we're just going to get, comments that are all over the place, but I really liked how you talked about, does it add value to the community? I wish we could think of how to get to that, but I just think that it's going to be a really broad range.
It is a broad range. I almost think something like, do the positives of events outweigh the negatives that you personally experience?
Yeah, I like that, adding a question which asks them personally, their personal feeling on events. Otherwise, I agree with what was presented, what Lucy mentioned, keeping existing questions so we have some continuity and can see how numbers have changed. But I do agree, getting a question more than just anecdotal comments within the survey about personally, do you enjoy events? Something along those lines would be helpful.
Well, and maybe it's not all events. Like, I think that's what I'm hung up on, is that people are responding to the sweeping general all events, where I think it's easy to say, yes, events theoretically add value, but you could still feel like there's a number that's too many. Maybe you're not all events all the time. It's on a scale.
Yeah, and there certainly were comments about alcohol events, too many alcohol events, we don't need more alcohol events, which when you look at how many there are, actually there's not that many. So understanding is 5 too many, is 6 too many, like that kind of thing.
Right.
So, but the alcohol thing did come up in the comments quite a bit.
I'd be interested in knowing, and I'm not sure quite how to ask it, but which events are most impactful to you in a negative way, or, you know, or most disruptive, or most, you know, I'm not sure what the right word is, because impactful could be positive or negative. But I'd be interested in knowing kind of what types of events, you know, bring the most disruption to individuals.
I really like that, Dick, because the one fear I have is that as we looked at the matrix of data, we have a lot of times when town is very, very busy and there are no events going on. And so when we ask that broad question about events, people lump that feeling into events, right? And so if we're just asking the question about just kind of generally, do you like events? Do you not like events? If you're not asking specifically a specific question, then you may get that perception without actually getting an answer on events specifically, right? You get that feeling, while March is just slammed. March is slammed. We don't have any events in March, right? So like March is an event in and of itself.
Right.
So I do really like Dick's idea about trying to drill down for folks into if they could specify either an event or a type of event that has a negative impact on them, or, you know, maybe on both sides of the coin, find out what has a positive impact on folks as well.
Yeah, I think both sides make sense. I think that's, yeah, great suggestion.
And I'm sure there are people that are in several of these categories that feel differently about events depending what category they're in. You know, as a business owner, you know that there's a need for some of these things to drive business, but as a resident, maybe you don't. You know, and I'm sure there's some of that angst out there amongst the business community that, you know, I'd rather it's good for business, but I still don't really love what we get sometimes. I'm not saying that for myself. I'm just saying in general.
But I think the good thing is that it could be really valuable if we get, you know, a ton of just varying comments. Then it's just like, yeah, I mean, not every event is for every person. And then if we get a ton of comments that it's this one singular event, then we'll know not even that we necessarily need to get rid of it, but that event needs to be managed better, you know, to be less negatively impactful for the community. So I think that could get it. Definitely one of the questions we want to know more about.
Yep.
Okay, did you guys have any other feedback on that?
You know, I have, well, when we get to SEEP, I guess I want to talk about this thing about the sort of the 3 reasons we do events. And I know I talked about this last time. They're, you know, media / brand building, build business, shoulder season, and community goodwill. And it is my personal opinion that the most important part of that one now is community and goodwill. I get that, you know, there's still some desire to brand build, but I don't know what point we're just packing too much stuff in. And I feel like the events that resonate are the ones that locals really enjoy. And those are the ones to me that seem like the ones that I would like to focus on. And I know this is sort of anathema to what you do for a living, Lucy. I get that, you know, but at some point, I don't know that I want to build the shoulder season anymore. I don't know that I want to drive a ton more traffic here at certain time of the year. I do know that things like the town party used to be awesome, and then it became an outsiders event and it became not awesome. So I really would like to concentrate on more community events that are truly for our community and not for a bunch of people to come and rent places and come up here. I don't know how the rest of you feel about that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that makes sense, but with what you just said, Eric, stood out where one of our destination management plans is building this year-round economy. So if we're questioning how many events, how much business we want to drive in the shoulder season, I think events just fit in with a larger, higher level strategy for the community in general. And maybe we need to take a look at that.
But what shoulder season?
Traditional shoulder seasons.
But I think that's the point, is we don't have a shoulder season anymore. So I completely agree. I think media and branding is super important, and we should continue to evaluate and look at that, because, you know, that helps us have a not just drive day, you know, market. But I don't think we have a shoulder season to build. And of course, some business owners feel differently. But I think a lot of the, you know, the community has a very steady amount of business. And just looking at last year's numbers for the traditional shoulder season certainly makes that very clear. I just don't think that needs to be one of the evaluators anymore.
We put a very heavy emphasis on last fall in terms of marketing. We really heavied up what we did for the fall to try to help the business community make up for lost business in the summer. So that was it was a record fall, but you know, we deliberately leaned into that. So I think it's a good conversation going forward. Like, is that something that we want to see as, you know, continued at that level, or let it roll back to where it was before? I don't know that it necessarily will because of Front Range. But I think it's a good conversation to have. But we did, just so you know, Kelly, it wasn't like organic. We leaned in really heavy last winter or last fall.
And last year it absolutely, we needed to help everywhere we could with business last fall. So I appreciate that. And that was absolutely the right thing to do. But yeah, I'm still of the mind that building the shoulder season is probably not, I don't see that as big of a priority. I think it's organically grown to the extent that that's a little bit why people are feeling the stress, is that there isn't really a break anymore. There isn't a shoulder.
Well, and I think that I think what, Lucy, what you're proving is that there are different ways to build a shoulder season. And events, maybe people are also craving, that break in events. And so that events don't need to be used to build business. We can do that through marketing too. And I completely agree with Eric's statement. I do believe in, focusing events on locals and what locals can participate. And I believe there's a philosophy out there for what's good for the locals, the visit will be good for the visitors too. I do agree that, Town Party has turned into something that is different than, maybe what it should be. But I think greatly, snow sculptures, locals love snow sculptures, and so do visitors. Like, what a great fit. That if we do have authentic Breckenridge events that, visitors can come to, and they'll have a good time, but maybe that's not the big attractor. Maybe, the local community is.
So I guess Eric had brought this up this morning, and I thought maybe we could use these 3 criteria in a prioritization matrix versus just here's how they impact these three categories, and that we could focus in some regard on how to and prioritize them to community goodwill, the brand, and then business would be at the bottom. And my other kind of question for you all is there anything else that you feel should be a part of this matrix, or how we evaluate events as far as that kind of impact on the community?
One thing I was thinking about also with this community/goodwill piece is we have sort of our suite of events that I'm assuming going forward, we're going to maintain the majority of these. But any event organizer that decides they want to build a new event in our community, there needs to be a defined give back provision in that event. So whether that is part of the ticket has to go to some organization like the BOEC or FERC or the Summit Foundation, or something that there is a noticeable desire on the part of that event organizer to benefit our community and an organization in our community. And I think if you were weighing two different events that some event organizer would like to bring to you, and one guy was going to give 50% of their door to, the NRO or whoever, so name your favorite nonprofit, and the other one was not, I would say you give it to the one that was going to do some community good, whatever that community good is. So if there's some kind of functional piece like that we can work into that SEPA in the way that we craft and allow some of these events, I would get behind that.
I agree with that. And if it's okay to tag on, I would also like to add environmental sustainability, which I know that we ask about currently in SEPA, and also social equity. Whether that's in how it's incorporated, whether it's in the event itself or the values included in that business, that they have non-discrimination. I don't know. And I would love to hear, the Social Equity Commission's ideas on this, but I think that would be great to somehow be incorporated in that system as well.
Well, I think, Aaron, we build that into the Social Equity Commission's list of discussions is how we make our events more equitable and inclusive. I also think, just piling on to what you and Eric said, Aaron, is, the sustainability and the equity piece to these events should become an expectation. I think we've negotiated them a bit over the previous years, and it's gotten better each year. But now I think they just need to be a kind of a black and white, you got to do it, and if somebody says, well, I can't afford to hire, the groups to sort the recycling and stuff, well, then you can't have the event. I think our events have gotten to a level where we can just make that an expectation and because we really need to, I think. And I think we distinguish between a for-profit producer, particularly a for-profit producer from out of the community, and a not-for-profit producer in the community, out of the community. I think those are important distinctions as well when we're vetting these events.
Do you guys get the sense, I'm asking Lucy and everybody actually, that the resistance to events are different in the summer and the winter from the local population? Like, we know the guests love events. That's part of the reason they come here. It's part of the reason why we're busy. But do you get a sense that the locals are more tolerant of events and more receptive in the winter than the summer?
In both resident surveys, Jeffrey, the numbers were pretty comparable. It was like a point or two different there, and it's hard for us to know, was it a difference because it was one was 2017, one was 19, or one was winter, summer, but they were pretty close.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that feedback. We'll take a look at all of that. The one thing I guess I'll just caution a little bit is that we will have much more ability to control any event that's on town property. And then second to that, events that require town resources. Where we'll have less ability to control is private property events that don't require town resources. So, you know, we will look at all of these things and figure out how we can build those into the SEPA ordinance and the rules and regulations to best achieve those goals.
Shannon, there must be a way, however, that an event on private property that ends at 6 o'clock at night and then dumps a bunch of people that have been drinking all afternoon into the community that is detrimental to the community. There's got to be a way for us through that process to say, you're going to need to provide X amount of security detail. You're going to need to provide, you know, we've got to have some, I know we can't say no, but we have to build some guardrails on some of these events so they don't get out of hand in the community. And we've seen that in the past. There's plenty of liquor events. And in general, I think a lot of those are the ones that people get frustrated at. It's the ones you don't really know about. And then all of a sudden, there's a bunch of issues at some of the restaurants because there's a bunch of people that have been going at it in the sun all day long. And now they're, you know, they want to keep rolling. So I'd like to make sure that we do beef up some of our requirements. If we can't say no, let's have some requirements that these event organizers need to make sure that they're doing what's proper for our community.
Yep, got it. Before we move on to the rest of the SEPA section, I just want to make sure that you all don't have any questions on the matrix or on the open space.
I have an open space question. And, you know, Aaron, or maybe even Jeffrey, do you know, does the impact of the B&B trailhead have anything to do with the size of the B&B trailhead's monstrous parking lot, do you think?
Yeah, I'll let Aaron, weigh in. But yeah, I think nature abhors a vacuum. Of course, I think it goes without saying. If you make it larger, they will come, and it makes it more appealing. So yeah, I do. In a word, yes. I mean, look at the 198, 192 increase.
So I think it's a combination of factors, but I would say it's hard. It's hard to deny. And we talked a little bit about this during our meeting last night, and Paul Semner, right, talked about he's from the Forest Service. He talked about different tactics that people use to reduce trail usage, and one was controlling how people park, and potentially limiting shuttles to trailheads and things like that. But yeah, I think from our discussions, I mean, you could argue that people will park on the road, but of course, the county could limit that as well, or people would just come back and park later. Like there are a lot of these hypothetical scenarios, but as far as my personal gut feeling, I do think it contributes, and that feeling was shared by a few other people of, if you go and you can't find a spot, then you'll go do something else, or you'll go to a different trailhead. I mean, I think that there are different contributing factors that we could work with about, where they're getting their information and who's driving them to the B&B trailhead, and trail connectors and things like that. But yeah, long-winded answer of, I think that there is.
Okay.
And I'll add on that who's driving them and what is driving them. There's just more attraction up on French Gulch now with new trails and the Sisters Hut, and just new attractions and dalliances. And personally, we backcountry ski a lot, and there's we go all over the county. We go to places less in these last couple of years that it's just difficult to find a place to park. We say, oh, heck, it might, if it's 9 o'clock, I don't want to go there because we might not be able to park at, Pennsylvania. So I'll go to Park County, and I think visitors get that, are as savvy as that, and they get that suggestion and reality. So, yeah.
Yeah, on the open space data, not to go too down the rabbit hole, but that was something that was incredible. I know the trail counter data isn't perfect, but seeing those trends are just, the numbers are incredible. So I'm glad BOSAC is digging into it. Going back to events, I listened in, I think it was 2 BOSAC meetings ago, or BOSAC talked about events. One thing that I really carried away with hearing that discussion is how supportive BOSAC was of events currently on open space. I think the main factor is what great stewards those event producers are, instilling just pick up your trash, different values. And also there's that huge community building aspect of those events. And that's what I took away from open space.
Going
And
back to the B&B Trailhead, I believe that one is convenience. It's so easy to get there, parking or no parking. The other part of it is COVID. And then the third part of it is the locals. We have the Wellington neighborhood that sits right at the base of B&B and Turks. I'll bet you I put 100 of those trail uses on there myself, just because of COVID, and it's easy to get to. So,
Do
sorry.
you drive to the B&B trailhead to ride B&B?
On my bike? Yes.
No, in your vehicle.
Do you park there?
You park at B&B?
No, I don't park there, but I use it. It's convenient to use those 2 trails.
Just give me a
That's not
call.
just
If you can't get there on your own, I can pick you up and drive you there, drop you off. It's too far for you to ride.
But I think that's part of the thought process, though, right? Is that BOSAC, has developed this philosophy of trying to have a lot of rec options, trail options about where people live, near their neighborhoods. And if we're, along those lines, Dennis, is that it is being very well used by people who live in the area by design. That's how it's supposed to be. But when we start adding, parking lots and things and parking spots, is that, overdoing it? Is that adding a lot more people? I think that's the thought.
Well, and a big part of that, Aaron, is, originally, when we originally talked the open space in '96, one of the things that we really wanted to concentrate on with our trails plan was you could get to any trailhead within a fairly short drive. We are very unique amongst, in particular, ski towns that have that kind of access to trailheads that you don't need to drive. I hate the fact that we're increasing parking in these areas because even people that are renting bikes really should be riding to the trailheads because they're just not that far away. And
Right.
I think this expansion of parking is detrimental to our community value of being a hub from town to rides, rather than get in your truck and drive up to the B&B and then ride. So.
And I did bring that up, our community value of fewer cars, more boots. Yeah. Bikes. I can't remember what the rest.
Boots
Sorry,
and
Lucy. I'm just tearing that one apart. Sorry. And it's like my favorite. But yeah, by adding more parking around, people will drive.
It's the whole system, though. It's not just B&B. And I think, certainly the parking lot got expanded, but the usage across the whole network just blew up over the last 6-7 years. So I don't think just expanding the parking lot drove that much more traffic solely. And I think it's, since we're jumping on open space a little bit here, if you're going to add parking, you need more trail miles, a lot of them.
Except I would suggest that the most intrusive trail, the most impactive trail users don't really venture far from the trailhead. With the people that we saw this summer, of the COVID summer, the front rangers, the families walking on B&B, they weren't making it all the way up to Sally Barbara.
Right.
So I don't think increased trail is going to get some of these folks that to thin out.
So we could schedule another agenda item in the future if you guys want to discuss this, because you could spend the rest of the day, I think, debating your strategy on trailhead usage and size and that. We won't get through the other stuff we need to for events.
Which this does play very much into the updating of the trails and open space plan. So I think that conversation should be in our future. And just to add one thing to what Carol was saying, which is in line with what we're talking about, is that BOSAC was also very much in favor. What they like about events on our trails is that it is very local focused and that the locals really do get behind it. So that is on theme.
That's an important point. What else, Shannon?
Great. All right. So there's probably not a lot to be said on the mitigating events section of the memo. That is something that we have heard loud and clear from council. There's already some plans in place to a few things, different things to do to mitigate some of the issues that we know are occurring. And we're going to have further conversations with the SEPA group. They are definitely the ones that they think about the logistics and the operation of events. They debrief after, and they're very well aware of some of those issues, what those issues are, the ones that are very community facing, as well as the ones that happen that probably most people don't even realize are happening. So we'll continue to work on that. And then just on the SEPA piece, I probably included more information in that section than you all really needed. But what I wanted to get across is that first, I had a great conversation with that group in the beginning of March. They also want to see some more specific criteria around approving events. And again, they have that experience of seeing what has worked and what has not worked with events. You know, sustainability or the environmental impacts of events is obviously something that is near and dear to Jessie Burley's heart, and we'll probably have to rein back a little bit because I think, you know, she very much would like to take a very, very hard line, maybe more so than what we can legally do. But we'll get into all that with that SEPA group again at their meeting the first week of April. So the intent is to get some feedback from you all on if there's anything in particular that you would like us to think about and talk about other than what we've already discussed today. And then I would take that back to that group, and along with their input, we will revise the SEPA ordinance and bring that back to you in April for consideration. So if we could just take a few minutes, if you guys have any thoughts, I'd love to hear them.
Shannon, on the edits you had in there from the SEPA group, I think adding more strict sustainability measures is great, as well as you mentioned creating a system to reimburse town for expenses. I think that'd be great to add with a caveat or waiver for community or nonprofit organizations that operate locally. Also, I guess going back to what Eric said a little bit ago about if we can create a hierarchy system where we truly do prioritize community goodwill. And again, this is Casey from events had shared certain things that Park City and other cast members had done. So I love the hierarchy system. Any new event during peak timeframes should be looked at either, I don't know if it needs to go to council, but it should go through a stricter process. And finally, there's something about managing the flow of applications where, and I deferred to the SEPA folks, if it makes sense to have a couple times a year, have deadlines, just so we can manage the flow better.
Thank you.
And
Any other thoughts? Sorry.
I would add community character to community goodwill. I think they may be hand in hand, but I think the community character piece, the events really help bring our community character out. And I think that's important. I don't know if this is the time to say this, but I'd also like to get away from the data mining, at all of our events. I feel it's a little obtrusive to guests to constantly be hawked for stuff. And I know we have some professional groups that will get us the results of the event, through exit interviews and such. But I think that's different than having a table set up that's all logoed up and come get something to give us all your data. I'd like to see us get away from that. It seems like we're seeing that at so many events now. And I just don't think it's Breckenridge.
I agree with that, Dick.
Could I ask a question, Dick? When you talk about community character, is that different from branding, or are you thinking it's the same thing?
No, I think they're one and the same, because the community character of Breckenridge is such a big part of the brand, but it's more where's the intent in that? And for me, the intent is bringing out that community character, which brings value of life, quality of life to our locals. So, but they're certainly one and the same. You're absolutely right.
All right, thank you for that.
Hey, and for overall feedback, I really like the way our events committee is collecting, analyzing, and comparing the data. And I also like the way that we're slowing down to get this as close to right as possible. So Todd, Lucy, Shannon, Carol, thank you.
Yeah, that was
Any
a
other-
great report. Thank you.
Shannon, I don't think that these standards for issuance of the permit are they're not A through Z, and they're not 1 through 15. So I don't think they're ranked in any specific order, but the very last one was the proposed event will positively impact the town culturally, economically, environmentally, or socially. And I just think that should lead everything in the town. And I think people already said some great ideas of ways that we could evaluate an event to see if that really does happen. But I don't want that one to be lost. I don't want it to be the 15th one. If that really is the 15th box that we check, if we could just reorder that to make sure it's the first one.
Yep, I like that idea. Thank you. Any other thoughts on SEPA? Okay. And then, I think that's probably close to it. The one thing I just want to make sure we put a little paragraph in there on how we're going to be looking at events for 2021. And I think there'll be kind of a couple things that will happen. One, we really want to look hard at events that are on town-owned property. And we don't want to really, consider new events for this year. There's some of our big events that are on hold. Some of the events that are, put on by the BTO, as well as some private events that have chosen to not move forward this year and to wait until 2022. So I think there's going to be a natural kind of pulling back. But in addition to that, once we get through that SEPA redraft, that will likely go into effect sometime at the end of May and early June, which will have an impact on any event applications as well. But I wanted to just touch base with you and make sure that our plan sounds solid to you and that you don't have any additional feedback for us on how we're looking at 2021.
Anyone?
No, I think we need to be flexible. Yeah.
Okay. So that is all, unless Lucy or Todd or Carol have anything else to add, or unless council has any additional feedback for us.
I'm just wondering if it's worth talking about the event stimulus now, or is that an update that'll come later?
Lucy, do you want to just kind of fill everybody in?
Yeah, if I could get myself unmuted here, just quickly. So what Carol is referring to is a potential $10 million stimulus fund coming from the state that would be used for incentives for primarily meeting conventions, but also could be used for events and possibly weddings. And so what this would be is a 10% credit towards lodging, AV equipment, and food and beverage excluding alcohol. And the event or meeting, convention, whatever, would have to generate at least 25 new room nights. We just finalized that language for the request on Monday, and that will go to the legislature for discussion, and we expect approval. And then once that happens, we'll go in deeper and figure out what all the parameters and how that would work. There would be approximately $1.7 million allocated to Summit County if we get the 10 million. And because of the administrative burden of this, we would look at hiring a third-party contractor of some sort for Summit County, and then back-end accounting, because obviously there'll be a lot of accounting that would have to go back to the state for those reimbursements. So that is pending, but we all are thinking that this one will pass, and we will have that. And I really think it will be primarily for meeting and conventions. But events and weddings are not excluded from that. Questions? Oh, as soon as that's approved, I'll make sure you all know.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for the time and the feedback. And if you think of anything else, please let me know. And other than that, we will be back to you in April with some code revisions. Thanks.
Shannon, Lucy, Todd, Carol, thank you. That's great work. I think we're heading the right way. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty. Planning Commission decisions for the 16th of March. I know there's some discussion.
Eric, I had one comment. I don't think it's code driven, so it's not a call up by any means, but just a comment. This house on Gold Flake, there's some concerns there when I read that. Am I buffering? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. I have some concerns around that being a business, a hotel in a potential ADU on the spa area, and I read some of the planning commissioner's concerns, and I'd like to see us do a joint meeting with the planning commissioners to discuss that ADU ordinance and get their input on how we could make that cleaner and more useful to them as they look at projects like this one. I mean, I think this one fits the code, so there's not much we can do. But I read the commissioner's comments, and it encourages me to try to clean up that ordinance in support of them. So I'd love to see a joint meeting sometime in the future to have a discussion with them around that.
I think that's a good idea, Dick. I know there's a bit of consternation from several of you about this house and the size, and that it used to be a long-term rental, and now it's going to obviously be a huge short-term, and the impacts that brings with it. And it's, as these things slowly creep into neighborhoods like the Weisshorn, it's one of the reasons we tried to have a home size restriction, if some of you recall, years ago, that really didn't end up going as far as I wanted it to, but we got some serious pushback from from the building community on that. So, Rick, is that something we can schedule a planning commission maybe in May when we're back face to face?
Yeah, assuming they've been vaccinated.
Right.
But I know the planning commission was going to be talking about the definition some more,
Okay.
because I think they want to try to address it. So it might behoove us to try to do something, earlier. And we could always, we could check on availability. Maybe we just start an hour early at a work session and do something. We'll talk about it tomorrow. See.
Great.
And
Uh,
I think
Kelly,
it
go
just deserves to be said that compliments to Steve Gerard for finding that one time they called the additional space the spa wing, but the other time they called it the guest house. I appreciate that they're paying attention and they're doing the best they can. So like Dick said, we have to give them the tools to be successful.
Absolutely.
He's a retired judge. So
I know.
attention to detail is.
Yep.
All right. Anything else on planning commission? Okay. So there will be no call-ups this evening. Legislative review, Tim. We have an ordinance vacating part of the 4 o'clock road right-of-way. This is a second reading tonight.
This ordinance, if adopted, would vacate a 650 square foot plus or minus portion of the town's 4 o'clock road right-of-way adjacent to the home at 1005 4 o'clock road. The request comes from the homeowner to vacate the town or that portion of the town's right-of-way. I think it's important to point out that the portion proposed for vacation is not part of the traveled pathway or the traveled roadway of 4 o'clock road. In fact, on the ground, it looks very much like the homeowner's side yard. There have been no changes to this ordinance from first reading. Eric, we are required by our ordinance to hold a special public hearing tonight in connection with the ordinance. And notice of that special public hearing was given by the town clerk to the adjoining property owner and to all public utilities in the area. We've, from time to time, when council does street vacations, we get some questions from utility providers about what happens to their easements that are in the right of way. And this ordinance contains a provision that would preserve existing utility easements when the right of way is vacated and becomes privately owned. I don't know if we received such comments for this hearing tonight, but I just want to make the council aware of that.
Okay. So do I have to do anything other than holding public hearing?
No.
Okay. And Shannon or Rick, have we gotten any letters from the neighbors on this?
Not that I've been made aware of.
Okay, good enough. Any questions for Tim on tonight's huge legislative agenda? It's nice. Sure you like it too. All right, thank you, sir. We go to manager's report, public projects updates, and then parking and transportation update. Hello, Shannon Smith.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I did not include a memo today for public projects. I can take questions, and then also if we wanted to discuss the overlay bid and the question of award on that project.
Before we get to that, does anybody have any question on any other public project piece right now? All right, I know there's been a lot of discussion on this other piece, so go ahead, Shannon, on the overlay.
As council is aware, we opened the bids for the overlay project, and Columbine Hills Concrete was not the low bidder by a small margin of about $3,500. It was staff's recommendation to award to the low bidder from Salida. Columbine Hills has since protested and reached out, hoping that the award can be given to them, even though they were not the low bidder. That does typically follow what we do with these kind of competitive bids, but we're open to hear council's recommendation decision on that if they wish to not award to the low bidder.
So, and before council weighs in, because I know you all have feelings about this, and I've heard some of your feelings on this, and I think that it's my recommendation that we develop a policy that is adopted by resolution that we would bring back to you, that would give a local preference in the future for bids that are within a percentage based on the size and scope of that bid. So that percentage is going to be different when it's $1 million plus versus less than $100,000. And, you know, we want to look at that and come up with a recommendation of those percentages. You know, it'd probably be something like 1% when it's $1 million or greater, which is a $10,000 difference that you would then give preference to a local bidder. So that is something that we want to bring forward to you. This could have, the fact is that, we talked about this. Shannon had strong feelings about, trying to keep a true bid process. And, it's always a struggle, and we often struggle to get competitive bids because we don't have a lot of contractors up here. And we certainly don't have, it's not like Denver where you have multiple people within, all within driving distance. And so in order to get second bids on many projects, they come from out of county. And in order, if we don't ever award those bids, even when they're low bid to people, they're going to quit bidding. And
So Rick got to the part B, whether we want to create future policy. Part A, do we address the current bid? Part B, developing future policy that staff needs time, if that is the council's wish, to create policy to research that a bit and come with recommendations.
And thank you for your letter. That was really helpful in understanding how it works. And this would be more of a question than anything else. But one of the things that I did read in that letter that I really liked, and understanding we may not be able to do that, but keeping the money in the community post-COVID, where we're paying employees that actually live here. So the money keeps getting recirculated. That may go against what you're saying about getting other bids. So it's more of a question than anything else.
We don't request information of where all the company's employees live. Many of them likely do not live in the county when you get down to the laborers in the workers. The superintendents, the owners, those sort of folks I know do live within the community, but there is a lot of other folks in the company who likely don't, but we did not collect that information.
What's the 35K, 3,500?
Mm-hmm.
What's the total cost of the project? And what percent? Because we were talking about, Rick was saying about a percentage. Down the road we might give a kind of a leg up if it's a percentage higher. What percentage is 3,500 of the overall job?
I'll have to do it.
It's less than 1%.
Yeah, it's very, very little. Ooh.
It's a $1.4 million job. So.
Okay.
Correct.
1% would be 14,000. So you're like, whatever,
Yeah,
a
it's
third of a
fraction
percent.
of a percent.
Yeah.
So it'll be 0.333% maybe.
Ish.
Ish.
Rick or Shannon, can you talk about if we do have a very transparent new ordinance or policy moving forward, if we give X percentage or X dollar amount advantage to local companies, what do you think that would do to the bidding process?
I'm a little unsure. In the past, when we have brought this to council previously, there was concern by staff that this would make it more difficult for out-of-towners to continue to participate. I'm not confident if we are very clear with that, and it's not a huge advantage. If that's true, I hope the out-of-town companies would still opt to participate, but there is a chance that it would be too much of a burden for them to overcome, because the margins aren't huge for the companies on these smaller projects. So
How
it
many bids were there on this project?
with some better pricing, but it could also discourage multiple bidders from participating.
Which we definitely don't want.
How many bids, how many companies bid on this project? Was just those two?
It was 3 this time. But
Two out of town, one in town?
correct, because there is only one in-town company left that does this type of work.
Shannon, do we have the flexibility currently? Like, is it written in there that you have to go with the lowest bidder? Is that what the?
That's the general expectation, the lowest qualified bidder. We do have language that we can award to the best benefit of the town, and we can also cancel contracts at any time. But we would want to have a substantial reason why we're not awarding to the lowest bidder.
So I know that this might also throw a wrench into things, not for the question that's on the table right now, but when Rick and staff go back to look at policies, I also think it would be something to talk about is weighing also social equity and environmental practices, you know, with Jeffrey's questions about, you know, are they recycling? What do they do with the leftover material and things like that? If that could also have a weight. Again, I'm not saying that either of those overturn anything, but perhaps there could be percentage points or a matrix, you know, when the social equity piece, again, we could take it to the Social Equity Commission, but to say like, do you have, you know, non-discriminatory policies, things like that?
We could definitely incorporate some of those things. Erin, are you familiar with the term DBE, disadvantaged business enterprise? So there's already a statewide system where a company can register if they're minority owned or, you know, woman owned, that sort of thing. So that exists. And it's often a requirement when we get state or federal funding to incorporate a DBE policy. So we could put that in. The environmental one, I would take a lot more research because I don't know of any certifications for that. So I'm not sure how we would weigh that. So I could bring some recommendations on DBE inclusion or workforce inclusion, that sort of thing. The DBE would be the easiest because it's already established.
Great, thank you.
The interesting part will be how you weight those. Because if you use this example, the company in Salida that was awarded is a female-owned company.
Sure. See, yeah, and I know that the devil's in the details here, but I think, you know, to put our values into the bidding process could be really great for Breckenridge.
I think
Local too, but yeah.
the important thing here is that these single incidents are way too granular for our town council to get involved in. And I know it's a small community and it's easy for an owner of a business to reach out to us all individually because everybody sort of knows everybody. But it is honestly unfair to the staff who are the professionals for us to get involved. I think we can get involved on a very high level if we decide this is something that is important to us, that we do set some kind of percentage, that we do it that way. But other than that, I feel very uncomfortable giving Shannon any marching orders about a single bid on a job that I have no real experience in. And I don't, you know, we had during the first recession, we had a local construction company come to the town and with some other local builders, and nobody had any business at the time. And they said it was unfair that the town was giving all the business to out of town people. So at that time we wrote an ordinance that sort of weighted it in the favor of locals. The recession went away, the economy got hot. None of those guys wanted to work for the town anymore because they were making a lot more money building single family homes. So it was really sort of just at that time, they needed town's help, and that was fine. But it is important that we don't end up with just one contractor all the time, because we have unfairly balanced the system and now nobody wants to bid on anything. And all of a sudden we're paying way too much. If you'll recall, we were looking at a job on the 4 o'clock roundabout a couple of years ago, and didn't take the bid because it was so high, and then had to rebid in the spring because there was very few bidders and it was way above what we thought was legit. So we need to be really careful on this. And while I personally think Rick and Shannon should go and, look into this, I'm also not totally sold that we need to do anything other than listen to what our employees or not our employees, what the town's employees are telling us. They're not our employees, they're the town's employees. So.
Well stated. I have no desire to go back and revisit staff's decision. I think it's their decision to make.
No, and I'm in full agreement. We need to let Shannon do her job. And, whereas I appreciate, James and Scott and Columbine and everything they've done for us, and look forward to working with them in the future. I just, this isn't up to us to interject ourselves into this individual decision. I would like to look at the ordinance that Rick presented, or I'd like to have staff look at it. I think staff knows what those numbers are that will disincent bidding, and we stay away from them, but I think we can put something in there that, that really reflects the values of this council in town.
Columbine Hills is a great community member, but we do need a lot of companies.
Yeah, and I feel strongly that we need to follow the policies that are in place. This is, typical of what we do, right? We can change for the next time if we feel like that's desirable, but we have to stick with what our current policy is right now. We can't go back. And yeah, I totally support you, Shannon, and everything that you're doing. And thank you for bringing this all up and explaining it all. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I look forward to see if we can make some change that is still attractive to bidders.
This is not out of my arena of expertise for sure. I can't put together a bookshelf from IKEA as far as construction goes, but this does kind of make me sad that a third of a percent is the difference between a local company getting the job and not. But I'm not going to. I don't feel it's my role or our role to intercede in this regard. But I'd love to see something put in there. Not that I want to get the best deal for the town, and props to Shannon. She's just doing what we told her to do. We suggested, town wants you to get your best bang for the buck. But this thing is a little sad, and I feel better about it knowing that Columbine Hills gets a lot of work and will have a lot of work through the town this summer. But yeah, I'm not gonna jump in, get in something that I have no experience in.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said and look forward to seeing what the possible ordinance looks like that we'll consider. Thank you.
All right.
Our opening more competitive bids this season, we will continue to use the lowest qualified bidder for 2021. We'll work to bring some policy considerations to council for the next bidding season. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. It's really appreciated and the support.
I did like the dry erase board, anything for Shannon from the Hyder guys.
Yeah,
They only do that when you come around, or what?
That's the hashtag they text me when they're not really happy with me.
That's outstanding.
But they do it anyway because they know who the boss is typically.
Good. Any other questions for Shannon on any projects going on or coming up? All right. Thanks for being so transparent on this one, Shannon.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, gang, we got housing committee meeting minutes.
We have one addition we want to add to what's already written out there for you. So Lori has a quick update on the Pinewood 1 financing.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Yeah, actually two things under housing. The first thing that I wanted to do is just touch base with you and get your feedback on an issue that's come up relative to the disposition of the Pinewood 1 property. You might recall that we approved an ordinance authorizing Rick to sign a purchase and sale agreement. We are selling that asset and we are paying to place a deed restriction on that property so it stays affordable over time. When we presented the ordinance and the purchase and sale agreement, at that time it was a draft purchase and sale agreement, and we knew there were going to be some changes. And as a matter of fact, the ordinance within the ordinance authorized Tim and Rick to change the purchase and sale agreement, to edit it, to revise it as necessary before it was in final form for signature. But a change came up that is pretty significant in terms of the deal points. So we felt it would be really appropriate to go back to council, make sure you guys are still comfortable with this deal. You know, the original purchase and sale agreement contemplated that our deed restriction would be in first position, and that the lender would be in position behind or after our deed restriction. And the reason that is really great for us is that if there is a foreclosure, it doesn't wipe out our deed restriction. And since we're paying basically $2 million for that deed restriction, and we want those units to stay affordable over time, having that deed restriction in perpetuity without risk of termination was important. But as Quorum has started talking to lenders, unfortunately, and as we've seen before in many other projects, the lenders will not agree to put their loan in a second position behind our deed restriction. So theoretically, a foreclosure of the loan could wipe out our deed restriction. You know, you might recall this comes up frequently. The last time was probably when David O'Neill needed us to put our deed restriction for Wellington in second position because his construction lender wouldn't loan with our deed restriction being in first position. So it's not unusual. It also comes up a lot on just the sale of single units where sometimes the lender requires us to subordinate. But anyway, in this particular case, we've talked about it at staff level and feel like the risk is pretty minor and the benefits of this deal outweigh the risk. And the reason the risks are minor in this particular case is that if you recall, the Breckenridge Housing Authority has ownership in the entity that will own the project. And so the Breckenridge Housing Authority would have the right to cure any potential default, or if the situation came to where the lender was going to foreclose, which is unlikely, but if that did happen, the housing authority would have the right to cure it and protect the deed restriction by curing it. And so that's our mechanism for minimizing the risk. I think we do agree that this project and selling this particular asset, especially given that the LURA, which is the tax credit obligation to keep these units affordable, is going to expire. And we've got a buyer that we know and can work with. So I think from staff level, we recommend moving forward with the deal, even if our deed restriction is behind the lender's note. And wanted to find out if that is okay with you all for us, since it is a change to the deal.
And for context, Lori, how often have we lost a deed restriction for foreclosure?
No, usually what happens, well, actually back in the 80s, before I was here, I think there was a situation where we did lose quite a few deed restrictions back a long time ago. We got very careful about, trying to get our deed restriction in first position, but we know the lenders just won't loan in that case, so we have to subordinate. Since I've been here, I can't think of one deed restriction that we've lost due to a foreclosure, but we have in a couple cases had to go and stand on the courthouse steps and buy the unit to protect the unit. So, and that's happened once or twice in my 20 years. It doesn't happen often. I think the risk of this project going into foreclosure is pretty minimal. And so I think from our perspective, it's worth the risk.
Hey, Lori, I like the right to cure. That was gonna be my first question. My second question is, so we give them permission to put our deed restriction in a second position on this loan. If they go to refinance or they sell the property or something down the road, will that right carry to the next loan where we'll also?
No.
No, no, Dick, it will not.
Okay, so it'll move to first position and then stay there in perpetuity once.
Well, unless the new lender comes back and asks us to subordinate just like we did with the first lender, but it would be at council's discretion at that point.
Right, okay. Thanks.
So you guys are cool with this. You're not worried about it at all. We can cure the loan, and this is not, doesn't give a great, it's not great exposure for the town to in the long run under the if it ever were to happen for foreclosure.
Right.
Right.
We think the risk is less than the risk of not moving forward with the sale and then it being sold to some investor who condominiumizes that project.
Okay. Okay.
Everybody good with this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move forward and advise them. We'll have to revise the purchase and sale agreement and get that thing in final form, and then it can be executed, and we will be on our way with this this sale. The other quick thing that I just wanted to make sure you all saw that we had minutes in your packet. I didn't know if there were any questions in terms of the committee minutes. We had a really good meeting and talked about, you know, some potential sites to look at and think about in the future, in the immediate future over the next year or so. And I was also going to mention that I had a Housing Helps and a buy down report in that packet. We have actually since last week, we've had a little activity on both Housing Helps. I've had 2 new applications come in, which is good. Whether they'll actually come to fruition, I don't know. Basically, our Housing Helps numbers are still down lower than they were last year, but at least I've had 2 more come in, so there might be a little more activity than there was last week. And on the buy downs, we actually have moved forward with the acquisition of another buy down unit. We didn't necessarily think we were going to get it, but I think yeah, the first offer or the first contract fell through, and so we were in a position to acquire that one. So actually, we have 2 buy downs underway. One is it's the French Creek unit, which some of you may be aware of, and then we have an opportunity in Val d'Isere as a owner in Val d'Isere to exercise our first right to obtain a Val d'Isere unit that recently went under contract as well. So looks like 2 additional units will be coming into our buy down program.
Sweet. Awesome. Nice job, Lori. Any other questions?
Thanks for that
Yes.
housing strategy map. That was
Yeah, that's
really interesting to look at.
Good. Good, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lori, I'm wondering in general, how did the LEAP program go? And with
Oh,
that
okay,
model,
yeah.
was it
Um,
manageable?
Super,
or-
super popular, obviously, with the businesses that were able to get a lease for the season. Now that we're getting towards the end of the leases, some of them end on April 1st or April 31st, and some end on the end of May. So those were the periods that they're going to be ending. We believe that maybe one will go ahead and acquire their unit, because you might remember that they had the right to acquire their unit and put some of their rent towards acquiring the unit. We think one of the 6 is likely to acquire the unit. So we really think we're going to have 5 come back to us. And our goal is to sell those, which was really our goal all along. And we talked about at the committee meeting a process for selling those units once those leases are over. And our plan is first, if none of the current tenants, businesses are interested, then we would open it up to the initial list of LEAP applicants that didn't get the lease, but apply. Go through that list, see if any of those businesses are interested in any of the 5 units. And then if they're not, then we will put them out on the market and get them sold as soon as possible.
And so when you say you're gonna put them out to the businesses, you mean the business would be able to buy it, or are you gonna ask like the employees in that business if they want to buy it?
Under LEAP, the tenant was the business. So the business was our rental tenant, and then they put an employee in. We have told them that in terms of buying the units right now, either the business or the employee that's been in that unit can buy it.
But it's not going to be opened up to all the employees at
Right, but going forward, we were just going to reach out to the business owner.
We've got to get answers quickly. We can't drag this thing out. Even with some of these people, they're like, well, maybe, they're trying to prolong their lease by another month or something. And
they don't want to leave.
Yeah. So we got to, we're going to give people a deadline to respond and give them a week to let us know or whatever that they're interested. If not, we move on so we can get through it. Any other questions on housing? We need to go back to transit.
I missed the transit piece. Sorry, Rick.
That's all right.
I didn't want to say anything. I saw it.
You're supposed to have my back, Jeffrey.
You know what? I didn't want to embarrass you.
In the packet, there's a memo from Jennifer, who's here, and it basically describes the proposed summer transit plan. What we're proposing as we enter into the summer, what we're staffed up to do. This is run by the Transit Advisory Committee. They're supportive. We want to make sure you guys also support the plan as we're starting the summer.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. Nice to see all of you. I won't take it personally that you skipped over my memo.
It's totally my fault. I was wrapped up in the parking garage.
And the parking garage is very exciting. So I just wanted to see if you had any questions on the recommendation for summer service or on the memo or anything else that's out there.
I have a general question. I'm wondering, as restrictions ease up with the new dial, do we have any idea when transit might be able to operate above 50%?
Not right now. I mean, the hope is that with the new dial is that we would be able to increase capacity. But the problem is right now, anytime you have 6 foot of separation that's required, it's really hard to do anything more on the buses. But the hope is as soon as the state updates their guidelines, then we would be able to increase capacity.
Any other questions for Jen? Everybody good with this transit plan for the summer? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Committee reports. Any questions?
We didn't have any in there, Eric, so we're good.
And then financials.
Yeah.
There's Brian.
Hello,
Any
everybody.
questions on the financials?
I'm sorry?
No, for the council, any questions on the financials?
Prizes.
Brian, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, nothing too crazy. Just one thing to keep an eye on as we move forward. You'll see how we are over budget. And, you will recall from the retreat, when we generated the 2021 budget, we were looking at some pretty steep declines from when we used 2019 as a base year. So we're in what we were budgeting at, the 40% down months from 2019, which was kind of our last normal year. So as we talk about the budget, it's going to be important to really also look at last year for context as opposed to just budget, because we were predicting, I shouldn't say predicting, but planning to be able to handle that kind of decrease. But obviously, that's not what we're seeing in the first couple of months. So it's going to be a lot more anecdotal in terms of looking at the budget, looking at our actual results and seeing where we landed. And aside from that, RET just continues to not quite match last year's pace, but we think it might catch up. In March, we're already at $384,000 relative to the $349,000 budget, and obviously we still have a week left. So Rhett is continuing to show a high level of activity, and all the anecdotal evidence we get in that regard from the title companies is that they have a ton in the pipeline. So that's really the news right now, but nothing, nothing that's really changed from what we've seen over the past few months in terms of retail activity.
And I'm not sure that I'm not sure that rep being strong is what we want to hear right now, honestly, because we know what's happening when we hear that. So that's our challenge right now. We can't try to, we grab Valdecir because we don't want to lose another local workforce unit right now. And we're out there trying to get everything we can get our hands on if we have an opportunity, but we can't get them all. So, Brian, did we get any early February numbers since they were due on the 20th? Is it going to run consistent with January, you think, that 10%?
I know Heather was trying to crunch that today. Give me a second.
I think we budgeted both January and February because those were unknown. So you remember we budgeted those down 40% of what our 2019 number was. And my guess is based on what we've been seeing with crowds, we're going to see it's not going to be down 40. It's probably going to be more consistent with, January numbers, I would guess.
Yeah. We use that 40% number all the way through April for the budget. Heather has just the big number for us here as down 5.2% from February 2020.
Pre-COVID.
So, sorry?
Pre-COVID.
Yeah, that's pre-COVID, and we're only down 5%. That's pretty amazing.
Correct.
The restaurants are still getting shellacked.
I don't have the sector by sector information yet, Eric, but I know Heather's working on it, so we'll get it out. But that's the overall number, hot off the presses.
And Eric, Eric, it was when did you go? Was it after the first week of March when you guys got to expand your capacity a little bit?
Does that sound right, Dick?
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks, hasn't it?
It's been a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I might even think it was in February, at the end of February. I'm not. God, everything's changed so many times this year. It's hard. I can't remember.
That's all right.
Okay, so down 5.2% overall from February 2020, which everyone is pointing out correctly was pre-COVID. But we budgeted at the down 40% from 2019. So aside from that, I don't really have any comments on the financials. If you guys are ready.
19 to 20 compared to 20, we're down 7.44 or something like that, right?
19 compared to 20. I don't have that in front of me, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, what are you asking?
Yeah, it just seems that February is moving in the right direction as far as if we're down, from 19 to 20, 7.4, in February is only down whatever 5 something. That's encouraging.
I think so, Jeffrey.
Or flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, February showed a big jump from 18 to 19, 19 to 2020. So yeah, being in the ballpark with 2020 means it's a pretty healthy month. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what you're saying.
March 2020 is when we shut down. So the March comparison will be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Any other questions on financials? All right, Brian, thank you. Investment portfolio and policy review. I'm assuming you're still here for that.
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right.
We have a couple of guests with us here today. We have Scott Prickett and Julie Hughes from Chandler Investments. They are going to go over the presentation that is in your packet and talk a little bit about business as usual with our investments in terms of how we adhere to our investment policy, what we actually invest in, and then also talk about, how we've weathered the impacts of COVID. And then also they're going to talk a little bit about ESG factors when investing. The memo talked a little bit about how the county, and since then, I believe Frisco, have looked to change their investment policies to consider ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors when making investment selections. And before I talk about it too much, I'll turn it over to Scott and Julie, who can explain it much better than I can.
Great, thanks, Brian.
Welcome.
And just a little bit of background. My name is Scott Prickett. I'm the Deputy Chief Investment Officer for Chandler, and I've been interacting with the town of Breckenridge for better part of a couple of decades, and Julie as well. So it goes back quite a ways relative to the relationship. And as Brian talked about, we all have a very abbreviated version of what we present to Brian, typically quarterly. And we had communication with Brian relative to the pandemic and the effects on the town of Breckenridge and what guidelines we should follow. Certainly a unique situation as we moved into the significant unknown, especially relative to revenue streams for cities and counties and towns. And it was a common discussion that we had about a year ago now. A very difficult year, but nonetheless, there seems to be a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. So without further ado, I'll introduce Julie Hughes. She's the Senior Portfolio Strategist, and she's going to cover just a brief synopsis of the economy and our economic outlook. I will cover the portfolio, as Brian said, and also touch base on ESG. So with that, Julie.
All right, thank you. Would you all like me to share my screen, or do you have a nice copy in front of you?
I think we have the copies. I
Okay.
believe. Yeah.
All right, very good. So I'll just start with a brief economic update. And this really, the purpose of this is just to provide some context for our investment environment and what we've recommended for the portfolio and what we've been presented with from a market standpoint. So I'll just start on page, well, it's page 3. It's way further in your book, but there's about 4 bullet points titled Economic Update. And essentially the way the economy has performed over the last year has really tracked with the course of the pandemic. And that really shouldn't come as a big surprise with a huge decline back last spring. Followed by a recovery and a lot of bumps along the way with that recovery. But we certainly wouldn't be where we are today in that recovery without both monetary stimulus and fiscal stimulus. So I'll start with that first bullet point, the Federal Open Market Committee. And we always like to talk about the Fed in our presentations. And the reason for that is they're really the primary determinant of short-term interest rates where we're investing or making recommendations to invest for the town. So the Fed really came to the rescue of the economy and of the markets very, very early in the pandemic last March, really in unprecedented fashion and in great magnitude with a multitude of programs designed to stabilize the markets. And they were very successful in doing so. And of course, as part of their policy, they dropped rates down to a range of 0 to 1/4 point. So we're in that zero bound rate environment. And based on the Fed's projections and their comments, we are likely to stay there for quite some time or until we reach their dual mandate of stable employment, maximum employment and stable prices. So their projections go through 2023. We all know that can change, but the moral of the story is we will see a very accommodative Fed and low rates until we see the economy pick up significantly. And getting into that dual mandate as far as labor markets, we've seen quite an improvement in the labor markets down to, and there's some updates since your slide was put together,
Nationally, we're down to about 6.2%. Colorado's tracking pretty close to that. And that's down from a peak of almost 15% last April. So a lot of progress has been made, but there's still almost 10 million people or so that are still out of work. And it's been very bifurcated. A lot of these people are in the lower end of the income spectrum. Of course, your restaurant workers, hospitality, travel, et cetera. We certainly have a better outlook for the second half of this year as the vaccine rollouts are picking up. On the inflation front, the pandemic has been pretty deflationary, as you would expect. The Fed tracks the personal consumption expenditures index, and it's tracking at about 1.5%. The Fed would like to see 2% average over time, meaning they will let it run over 2% to average out with the under 2% that we've been in for quite some time. So we do expect inflation to pick up once again later this year as the economy continues to reopen and we continue to have the vaccine rollout progress. Overall, looking at economic growth for the US, we finished last year at 3.5% decline. We had a pretty decent 4.1% growth in the fourth quarter. So coming out of that, we had the biggest decline in history, followed by the biggest increase in history prior to that. And the consensus forecast for 2021 continues to be revised upward. So since we put this together, it's been revised upward to about 5.6%. And even the Fed is projecting over 6% growth for this year. So a very strong 21 fueled by the second half of the year is projected. And we couldn't really talk about the economy and what's been achieved without going to your next page, which is the fiscal stimulus. And this is a little bit dated because we've got another stimulus package that's been approved since then. But this just shows you a graphic that prior to this latest 1.9 trillion, we had 3.6 trillion, and you can see the bulk of it went to the Paycheck Protection Program, payments to individuals. And now we have another 1.9 on top of this, bringing our total to 5.5 trillion, which obviously is the largest fiscal stimulus in history, and pretty unprecedented as far as the magnitude of this. And of course, our latest package that was just recently approved this month has $350 billion for state and local government. So that's noteworthy for the town. And if we go to the next page, we can see what kind of effect all of this economic activity has had on bond yields. So bringing this closer to what does this mean for the town's portfolio? You can see on the left-hand side various points on the yield curve, and these are US Treasuries, 2 years, 5 years, and 10 years. You can see a very, very steep decline in the spring of 2020. And we've had a little bit of increase as of late in that 10-year yield. So that's reflected in the shape of the yield curve. So on the right-hand side, you can see as of February, the little red dotted curve is our most recent curve. And you can see on the short end there on your left-hand side, primarily where we're investing, once again, with a very, very safe and liquid portfolio, pretty darn close to zero, but the curve is very steep. So the 5-year part of the curve is now at about 80 basis points, and the 10-year part of the curve at about 160 as an update from this. So just to give you a feel where rates are and where we're investing for the town. So with that, I will address any questions that you might have about the economic outlook, and then we will move on to talk about the portfolio.
Questions, anyone? Okay, keep going.
All right, we'll keep it going. I'll turn it over to Scott for portfolio discussion.
Great, thanks, Julie. So I'm going to begin on the objectives page. It's a couple more pages after the last page that Julie just went over. And the investment objectives have always have been safety, liquidity, yield in that order, and that provides the basis for our decision making. Our goal is to equal or exceed the assigned benchmark, and everything is underneath 2475-601 Colorado statute, as well as your own investment policies. And relative to your own investment policies, on the following page, we've got a compliance page that we include in every review with Brian. And again, not only does this include state statute, again, 2475-601, but your own policy. So you can see all the categories there on the left-hand side with that column. And one thing that's relevant is you can see commercial paper is a viable investment vehicle, but you don't have corporate notes. And that's an important factor relative to our discussion with ESG. And ESG slide on the following page, I've got listed here the most common factors. I think one thing that's important is, as we get this question quite frequently, especially in the past year or so, and many times it actually comes from a different paradigm in terms of social responsible investing, SRI. And then we have ESG as well. And the best way to think about it is many public entities go the quote unquote SRI route, socially responsible investing, where they simply eliminate the availability of, for example, tobacco companies or fossil fuels or firearms to even be in their portfolio. So it's an elimination process. Whereas ESG takes into factors from an investment standpoint. For example, environmental issues, carbon emissions. That's a very important topic now and becoming even more important. What's the footprint? What's the carbon footprint of this company that we're thinking about investing in? Socialist issues, going down 3 bullet points. You can see gender and diversity, very important issue with regard to what we're considering today for ESG and labor standards. And then finally, governance issues. What's the board composition? Is it diverse? Or if it's not diverse, are they taking steps to add diversity? So those are some factors that we consider, and as well as, for example, Bloomberg, a financial information center that we use every single day, provides a ESG score, quote unquote. And then S&P, for example, has their version of a ESG score. So those are considerations that we look at in our credit review process. But again, I go back to, and I put the bullet point down there in terms of the applicability to the town of Breckenridge allowable investments. It would essentially be primarily limited to considerations for commercial paper, and those in themselves are so limited right now relative to names that we could put in your portfolio. I wanted to point that out because, for example, as a point of difference, Summit County does allow for and follows quite closely the allowable percentage for corporate bonds, AA3, AA-, 50%. So that's a different conversation that you have relative to ESG or SRI versus your policy. But again, would love to have some dialogue relative to the direction that you can put us in terms of getting back to you with some possible language to add with ESG or SRI to your current investment policies.
And if I can just interject quickly, that's really the decision point for council. You may remember, you may not. We adopted a new investment policy about 1.5 years ago or so, which sets those guidelines for our investments, the safety, liquidity, and yield. And as Scott's been talking about, our policy is very conservative. That's why when we have major events like this, our investments are still safe. But then when things, shoot up and recover quickly, like the equities markets, the stock market, we do not take that ride. So we don't really go down, we don't really go up. We follow more, maybe the analogy I kind of use is look at mortgage rates. If mortgage rates are really low, that's what the town's doing right now because we are so conservative. And because of that very lockdown policy, we're not really going to have a ton of effect on our decisions in the future if we do adopt the SRI or the ESG. But the decision point for council, and if you have any questions, is would you like to see us bring back a revised investment policy that can have those considerations in it, understanding it won't have a major impact?
Well, let me clarify, you're not having a major impact on our investments, but we can still have safety, liquidity, and yield as our priorities. And council is not necessarily looking to make more money, but they're looking to make sure maybe that they're investing in responsible companies. And that doesn't, if we go ESG, that doesn't increase our risk necessarily, right?
Oh, no. No, we're not allowed to increase our risk. Thank you, Rick. Yeah, no, we're not allowed to go against.
I just want to make sure that's clear. This is more of a philosophical question versus, on what type of investments we're doing.
Yeah, no, any policy that comes back would still have safety, liquidity, yield as the top 3 guidelines. That wouldn't change.
So then what would be the drawbacks? Like, what are there any drawbacks of going more toward ESG and SRI?
Aaron, I would say that there are no drawbacks, but I think it's important for the council to understand that it really wouldn't change the direction of our current investment portfolio that we manage for the town of Breckenridge. It's treasuries and agencies. And so that wouldn't change at all, but we can certainly provide some language that would incorporate ESG, and it wouldn't circumvent, like you said, the safety, liquidity, and yield component at all. But for consideration, we can provide Brian with some language to consider within the policy.
Scott, how do ESG or SRI principles apply to our current holdings? Just looking at our top issuers, if we adopt any of these policies, could we no longer invest with any of those?
No, not because, again, it's just treasuries and agencies in the core portfolio that we manage for you. The only possible effect I could see down the road is if, and again, it would probably be irrelevant because, we go to Brian before every trade and talk to Brian. And for example, if, although they're not issuing paper, if Microsoft came with and again, this is a hypothetical, if Microsoft came with some commercial paper that we thought was attractive and it had the proper rating, that would follow the ESG analysis that we perform on our side. Would I ever go to Brian with Exxon? Absolutely not. So in terms of getting to the core of your question, it would not change how we manage your portfolio currently with treasuries and agencies.
Okay, great, thank you. I mean, for me, it's I'm fully supportive of adopting these policies or considering them. Our first responsibility is being fiscally responsible with town's money, but if there's not a significant negative to going this route, I'm 100% supportive.
Anyone else?
I'm in full agreement.
Agreed. Thank you for bringing this up. This is great.
Dennis?
Brian's okay with it. I'm okay with it because he's my financial guy.
No one brought up Bitcoin, so I guess it's not that.
Brian got me into Oxy at an early, I invested heavily in that early on.
I'm in agreement as well.
Kelly, you're good. Me too. Thanks for the time today.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Sure. I don't know. There's one more page if you want me to just briefly touch on it or no.
The disclosure page or
no?
Yeah, go ahead.
I definitely wouldn't touch the disclosure. The portfolio.
Why would you want to go over that? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, and I will keep it brief. So, and again, this is a little dated, January 31, 2021. The portfolio characteristics, you can see the average purchase yield to maturity at 87 basis points. That's actually come down a little bit to about 76 basis points because, again, I mentioned the conversation we had with Brian relative to the big unknown that every single town and city in Colorado has had, back a year ago to deal with in terms of what this is going to ultimately look like. But as we're quote unquote coming out of this, and luckily things don't seem to be as bad as many expected. That's a relative term, but we have had obviously many subsequent conversations with Brian, and because of the liquidity position, we are starting to put the amount of liquidity that built up purposefully back to work. And Julie talked about the yields, but right now they're between 15 and 20 basis points for the part of the curve we're in. But again, that compares to local government investment pools that are down to, for example, ColoTrust Plus at about 6.5 basis points. And the prime, ColoTrust Prime, is almost essentially zero. I believe today the daily yield is 0.005%. So it does add value. Granted, on an incremental basis. I've been through this before with Brian, and we will come out of this. We don't know when the Fed's going to raise rates again. Most likely, it's going to be sometime in 2022 or 2023, based upon current guidance. And again, more recently, the guidance is 2023, so we could be at these low levels for quite some period of time. But again, our goal is to add as much value, conservatively speaking, as we can.
Very good.
So in other words, no GameStop is my
no GameStop.
We missed out on a game. Sorry, everybody.
You've been saving that one, haven't you?
You guys have said
I bounced it off
better
this
words
morning,
for us,
Jeff.
public entities, including Bitcoin.
or Dogecoin or whatever. But thank you to Scott and Julie. And if there's no other questions, we'll bring you back revised policy that will incorporate those new guidelines.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're just taking our money, giving it to Jeffrey to go to Vegas. Is that the next step?
I'm on a roll.
All right, Clinton Ditch Reservoir Expansion, James and Ann. Hi, Ann.
Mr. Mayor and Town Council, I think we can keep this topic relatively short. The memo that was in the packet really provides some of the background for a project that's still off probably at least a couple years. But for those that didn't know, we're a part owner in this company, or the Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company. And as such, we have some water rights that exist in this reservoir. So it's been contemplated for a number of years to increase the size of this reservoir, which, as my memo outlines, would provide us more water for a relatively inexpensive cost. So it's a little bit of a kind of a no-brainer, so to speak, that we would participate in this project. Although as a part of this project, there is a component that's related to the wetlands and the Clean Water Act, the 404 section of the Clean Water Act that provides for some wetlands mitigation rehabilitation. And so really this memo is not only to introduce the project a little bit by background, but also to set it up for the co-presenter here, Ann Lowe, to kind of talk about what the ask is, or what the interest is from the town and the county with respect to providing some of the town and county open space for some wetlands mitigation. So Ann, are you there you are.
Yep, I'm here. Hello, Mayor and Council. And just by way of a little bit of background, the county does have a no-loss wetland policy. And so whenever wetlands are impacted in the county, we very much want to make sure that mitigation happens here so that we're not losing wetlands from the county. And in this particular project, the Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company is looking for a letter of support from the town, which, if you're agreeable, we can draft something and have Rick sign it. Basically, it's a very, very preliminary letter of support of this project, but more importantly, to consider some of our jointly owned open space lands with the county, to look at those as possible mitigation sites. And the county had conducted a mitigation study a few years ago with Mike Claffey, who many of you know, and he's identified a number of potential open space sites that might work for something like this. And as we proceed in this project, we can certainly talk about specific projects and what seems to be shaping up well for this one. But at this point in time, we are looking for just a preliminary letter of support to explore some of our open space lands as potential mitigation sites.
Questions? I have one. Who pays for the mitigation, and are we made whole by the Clinton Ditch Company for the land that we use as wetland?
As I understand it, the Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company would be the ones paying for that mitigation. And with it sometimes comes a long-term obligation of some monitoring management to make sure whatever wetland mitigation that we're doing, if that's an enhancement or creation, actually is sustainable and that it holds together for a number of years. And usually that is borne by the cost of the company doing the impacting. As another possibility, the National Forest Foundation is starting to work a little bit more in Summit and Eagle counties. They've just got approved wetland in lieu fee mitigation program that could also be a potential for this project as well, in which case they would be on the hook for that long-term management and monitoring. And they're starting to explore partnerships now throughout the county and trying to put together a committee just to vet projects and prioritize those as well. So that's
So is the town and county then reimbursed for the land that the wetlands are on?
I don't have enough details yet. We haven't gotten to talk about specific facts and figures. I understand they would be paying for the mitigation, which I assume the land cost would be factored in there somehow.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to be sure it is, because really there are for-profit companies in Clinton. It's not just all governmental entities. So the town and county cannot give anything for free in this. And those lands then become, in effect, useless to anything the town or county would want to do, because they need to be kept in wetlands in perpetuity then. So I just want to put it out there that even if it's a little bit of money, the governmental entities that are involved in Clinton should not shoulder anything more than the rest of the group.
Yeah, Eric, you're absolutely correct. I mean, Ann was absolutely right. I don't think it's at that level of detail right now. We're just trying to identify some plan to do this. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The town and the county wouldn't be giving away the land.
Was this money, this land, or the entity purchased with open space funds?
If we're looking at using joint town and county lands, they would have been purchased partly with town open space funds and part county open space funds.
And is BOSAC cool with this?
We are going to bring this to them when we have a little bit more information. Clinton Ditch was hoping for a letter right away just so that they can start this process of looking into the mitigation, which of course is a pretty lengthy process.
Other questions for staff? Hey, James, is any part of this Deadpool, or is this a different project?
There is a little bit of a dead pool in this reservoir. I'm not sure to what extent there's a dead pool in there, but
You know, I feel like we talked about a big Deadpool project years ago, and then it just sort of vanished.
If we're talking about the same thing, there's a dead pool. There's an X amount of water in this reservoir itself that's dead pool.
Yeah, and they talked about, you know, I remember Glenn talking to us about a project that would, you know, utilize some of that water, and I don't know that it ever went anywhere, I guess, then.
Yeah, I don't know specifically if this project addresses that or not, but I can sure find out.
I just wanted to mention that I see this a little differently, and I totally understand the not giving away land and not shouldering a bigger portion, but I really think this is a win-win, because not only are we getting more water, but we're also creating a wetland in this area. I mean, that's habitat. It's very good for the water system. It does lots of great things. So however we can be a good partner, I'm excited about.
I don't disagree with that, Kelly, but there are 4 ski areas that are for-profit ski areas in this group with us, and
They'll be held responsible.
they will be held we're all shareholders in this, so. Any other questions or comments? All right.
I do like, I am glad to hear Kelly's response on this, her endorsement. Yeah, I guess it is a feel good thing, but I do agree that we should get a fair value off it.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I'd be interested to hear what BOSAC has to say as well.
Anything else? Thank you, Ann. Thank you, James.
Yep, thank you.
COVID update, Rick.
A couple things I want to go over on if you recall, we discussed the Left Behind Workers Fund that helps with relief funds for those individual workers that aren't eligible to receive the federal stimulus dollars. I followed up with, well, first we took it to the Social Equity Advisory Commission, and they were 100% supportive of the council participating and granting some money to those workers. I reached out to the Left Behind Workers Fund out of Denver, and they told me that they can direct any donations amount we give to Summit County individuals. They've done it with Boulder, Adams County, Denver, or other jurisdictions that have, granted money to them for the Left Behind Workers Fund. So there was unanimous support from the council to do this. And so I think we need to settle on what that amount would be. I would recommend somewhere between 50 and 100 grand for that.
Comments, questions?
Just on the amount, within the Social Equity Advisory Committee, we tossed out numbers and the group was supportive of putting something closer to 100K towards this fund.
Rick, do you know how much money that some of our partner organizations are getting PPP and we might be getting back?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up under my town manager's report, but
Okay.
Nice job, Kelly.
Well, I just
think it's
think,
worth-
I mean, it'd be nice to know how
Yeah.
much unexpected money we might be
I'm going to
having
get
available.
well, if council agrees with my recommendation. So my recommendation is you're the primary funder for the BTO, the Heritage Alliance, and Recreate, right? Each of those organizations have been told that they're receiving PPP dollars. Both BHA and I can tell you the BTA board, BHA I think is getting around 75,000. BTO is getting 246,000, and they've already elected that amount is coming back to the town, the equivalent of that. And I think that policy should be the same for BCA. These PPP dollars are meant to pay for some operational costs and salaries, which is what we give them. So when they're getting federal assistance to cover that, to me, that's money back to the town that allows us to offset the different programs that we've been doing in the grants. You know, we've done over $2 million, and this will just add to that. And so we're not getting that back. We're going to get $1 million back on this last, and that's going to take a couple of years probably, and plus the earlier 400,000. So, this just helps get us closer, I think, to recovering some of what we put back out there into the community. So would you all agree that those PPP dollars, the equivalent, should come back to the town?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Just, as you said, Rick, we've got to be clear. It's additional money in the organization after they spend the PPP dollars as directed by the feds.
Yep. So anyways, there will be extra money coming back in. So what we will do is we will, we'll amend the budget through, an appropriation when we do it, which will actually amend down those award amounts to those organizations that, might, whatever their PPP amount is, we will be amending that award amount down on them. So that will free up some additional dollars in our 2021 budget.
We could put a plaque on Kelly's wetland.
Mhm. So what's the dollar amount you guys want to give? We know that typically it's about $1,000 per individual is what the FERC tells us they've been getting, the left behind workers have been getting. They still have well over 100 people that are eligible, I guess, for this that they've worked with in Summit County.
I think it needs to be 100,000 personally.
I agree, and I'm sorry if I'm spacing on this, but do we get a report back? Like, will we know how this fund is doing, where it goes, anything like that?
I don't know that you're going to get the detail you may want, and I don't know that you can direct it to, I don't believe you can direct it to Breckenridge, and I'm not sure you'd want to because many of your workers live somewhere else. But I think we can direct it to Summit County, and you should, I would guess certainly we're going to know how many individuals were impacted or received funds.
Great. And I don't care about that. Like as long as it's going to people in Summit County, I'm totally on board with that. I'm just curious, just to see how quickly the money is spent, how many individuals, broadly, that kind of information, just so that just for our own knowledge, to see how far $100,000 goes. But yeah, I'm totally supportive.
I'll ask Aaron, okay?
Rick, you cut out. Did you say FERC will manage this?
FERC doesn't manage it. They assist. It's not really called, the organization isn't called Left Behind Workers. That's the name of the program, but I can't remember the name of the organization. But FERC assists them in helping to, I think, identify and vet the applicants here locally, is my understanding.
Yeah,
Kelly,
FERC itself
Carol?
doesn't distribute the funds, but they do the vetting to make sure that they're eligible, they didn't get any other money, that they truly work in the county.
How's everybody feel about 100 grand?
Yeah.
Good. 100 grand. Rick. Excellent.
The next thing I have, I think you're all aware that, what we're hearing from the state right now, and we don't have a lot more information, is that the dial will be going away on April 16th. That doesn't mean that all restrictions go out the window. That means it's going to go back. It's going to be more of a county-led conversation as to what types of restrictions we have in place. And so there certainly will be a lot more to come after that. And the last thing I need on the COVID update, excuse me, is do you want to extend the security for one more week? I sent you, or Shannon sent you earlier, kind of a report we got, which gives you an idea of the people they're contacting. Most of the time, we only have one person. I think we've only had 2 days where we had 2 people. So you're not spending the amount of money that we thought we were going to spend. So within that, that kind of $8,000 budget, I think we threw out there, you could easily do one more week. And we expect those numbers to still be there for one more week after the 28th. So if you want us to continue, we need to know for an additional week.
Through Easter, Rick, is that what you're saying?
When's Easter? The following Sunday after that?
Yeah, the 4th or whatever.
40 days after Ash Wednesday.
Thanks for
I
that.
think we should extend.
I think that's the goal, Dick.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, me too.
I'm good with it.
And then hopefully, before too long, the number is going to get to a point where we can talk about, eliminating the outdoor mask zone.
I think you'll probably we may want to do it after that. I think that week of the 4th or right in there, I think the state one's going to end up expiring. So I think, if we get to that, once we're in that first week of April, it's a different animal. We all know that. So we may want to do away with that. So.
And the state one, that includes indoor, right? That's the indoor mask mandate that you're referring to?
I don't know what's going to happen yet. So they're changing it, but there's still two caveats, right, Shannon? So.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking for my notes. So I think it's possible. Wish I could find my notes in a moment. So maybe I'll just give you guys a little update on this after I find them, but I think it's possible that the outdoor mask portion is going away with the dial change.
Okay.
So we may be different from the state on that sooner than we think. And then once the actual whole dial system goes away, there will still be a provision for indoor high risk environments, and they didn't define that on their call last week. So those would stay at 50%, not to exceed 500. And then also a snapback provision for a county that threatens to reach their hospital cap. But I do think there's going to be a change in the outdoor piece sooner than us.
As far as the county goes, between Friday and Monday, we had 40 new cases. I guess today it's 5 positive, 2 probable. Are our numbers going the right direction?
No.
I would say not at the moment. They're a little wonky right now. They've had some outbreaks. We also have had like really bizarre testing numbers where they've been super low and then kind of normal. So you've seen our positivity rate increase. And our meetings have gone down to once a week, and we've, we didn't have a chance to listen to the Board of Health meeting this afternoon because it conflicted with council. So hopefully on Thursday, we will hear a little bit more on what public health thinks about our numbers. There's actually also a Chamber Summit County Public Health meeting tomorrow at 10:30, which I included the details in your email today, where Amy's going to talk about the dial changes. So it's possible she may talk a little bit about the numbers during that session as well.
Any other questions?
Do we know the percent of the population of locals that have had at least one shot? Is that some of the county information that they've been putting out?
Yeah, I can find that for you.
I can find it if it's on the website.
I mean, didn't we hear 15% statewide? Is that the right number?
How many of you have been vaccinated?
One. I'm getting my second one on Saturday.
Half-vaxxed.
What's that?
I'm half-vaxxed. I'm a half-vaxxed.
Half-vaxxer.
Yeah.
So hopefully by May, everybody but Carol can be in a room together.
Carol got one.
Yeah, I'm a half vaxxer too.
Oh, good. Oh, so hopefully by May we'll all be vaccinated. We can go live and then just have Zoom
audience,
which would be great.
Mm-hmm.
And to that point, our county has done a great job. If you get down to the county barns, and I don't know where everybody's got their vaccines, but it is run really well.
Yeah.
What I've seen, maybe with the exception of the traffic jam that one Saturday, but those volunteers have been awesome.
It's great. It's a machine. It's great. It's something that our community should be really proud of, I think.
The volunteer, it's like almost all volunteers, Erin was barking out orders I think the last Saturday.
It was fun.
Volunteer?
Yeah.
Well, I can only go on weekends, but Joe has been volunteering a few times, and it's fun, honestly. They do a really great job.
A lot of people said her orders were more painful than the shot.
Really, thank you to both of you. That was
good
it
work.
softens the blow. No, it's our pleasure. I mean, honestly, if you can do it, I highly recommend it. It's nice to see people. It's nice to see like everybody coming out and getting vaccinated, and they're excited. No, it's a pleasure.
That's outstanding.
And just so you know, they are looking at changing that volunteer model going forward, as they have to vaccinate like more massive numbers of people. So they may be contracting with some folks to try to help with that. And I just put into the chat the link to the vaccination numbers on the county website. It's 21.4% are fully vaccinated, 16.9 are partially vaccinated.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So 38% have received one dose,
At least one.
at least one.
Do we have any idea? I think the restaurant vaccine clinic, did that happen earlier today? Do we know how that went?
Yeah, all my people that went said it was great. Said it was super easy. Everybody was pretty impressed with how quick it was.
Yeah.
Joe volunteered today. It was about 500 people. He said it went really well.
And that was Johnson & Johnson, right? One and done?
One and
Yeah, I
done.
heard it was super smooth and, you know, really good.
Hey, Shannon, you brought it up, but if they change the volunteer model, what are they going to go to?
At Board of Health last week, they were talking about contracting with like professional folks to help run it. Because I think they're, you've got folks like Joe that are doing it and have been able to do it, kind of multiple times. But I think they're worried they may kind of run through their volunteer pool. And when they get to that opening of the opportunity for all of the community, they're going to have to start vaccinating really large numbers of people multiple times a week.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. Anything else for COVID? Mr. Holman?
No, I don't. So the next agenda item for the council is I need to know if the council is interested in negotiating the possible purchase of a local event from the rights to a local event here in town. The event producer has approached the town and wants to know if it's something that we would consider, and if the council thinks that this is something that you would be in favor of and you're willing to instruct the negotiator, we would go into an executive session later to discuss that. So
How does everybody feel about going into a executive session to talk about this evening?
Be in favor.
In favor.
I'd
I'm
like to
in
talk
favor.
about the negotiation.
Is that all we need, Rick?
yes, sir.
All right. Let's take a quick break before we move on to Amenity Club, if that is good with everybody.
How long of a break?
Well, what do you need? An hour or 3 hours? I don't know.
Like,
5 to 7 minutes.
all right, that's good. That's all I need to know. I wrote about it in my column, but you guys obviously didn't read it.
Oh, are you? I get you and the other guy confused.
You mean Dewsbury?
Yeah.
Ouch.
No,
Okay.
I'm not on the Monopoly board.
Yeah.
We are
Luckily.
back in sesh. Amenity
That's what I
club
love to
policy. Amenity club policy discussion.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Chris.
This is really a continuation from our discussion on March 9th. And, based on the majority of the council stating that they were in favor of requiring timeshares to use commercial density for amenity areas, if property owners were allowed to use amenity spaces at times where they're not registered overnight guests. We did have a couple council members that want us to explore an option of allowing a portion of the amenity area to be excluded from commercial density. So we also provided, based on those comments, 2 different definitions within the memo for you to consider tonight. We also did explain a little bit more how the mass bonus works, not just for amenity areas, but really for all common areas, including hallways and lobbies. And we did give some historical data looking at some of the other large developments. And we found that typically 23% of the mass allowance was used for common areas and lobbies before we began to look at amenity spaces. We also did add in, based on your comments, we thought that all amenity clubs should be subject to availability of vacant rooms to allow for that, not just timeshare. So we tweaked the definition a little bit on that. And then we also, since we're proposing to limit the visitation of amenity clubs to vacancies of rooms, we are proposing to now not require any additional parking above what is required for the development to help with congestion concerns. But based on that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Rick is also here. We've had lots of conversations offline about this. He's kind of helping out with Truckee on vacation this week. And then Julia is also in the bullpen in case we need any other feedback.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, let's start with questions for Chris first. Any questions about the information he's presented? Because I want to make sure everybody understands how this density and mass calculation works. So if you have a question, ask.
Chris, I have a couple. You mentioned that you're changing it for all amenity clubs, but what if an amenity club isn't associated with the hotel, that it's just a freestanding, they have parking and they've built out a small commercial space that's not attached to any rooms and put a bunch of amenities in there?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. I guess we were thinking of it from the lens of it being part of a larger lodge or resort property, but we may need an additional definition. Something, amenity club might be tied to a residential property, and then it might be, we'll have to find another name for it if it's unattached.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would all be amenity clubs, but you might think about that in the definition, and and then I think you've hit it right on the head by tying it to available rooms. But you may need to have another scenario if there's no rooms involved. That's my first question. My second question is, help me to better understand this 23% or average 23% mass bonus for hallways, mechanical rooms, and all of that kind of stuff. How does that work? How has that worked historically?
Well, historically, we wanted to look at what typically was utilized for those common areas, the hallways and such. So we went back in and looked at all the staff reports from all the developments up at Peak 7 and Peak 8, and then the Welk. So really anything that was a larger resort developed really in the last 15 years. And we saw a range from anywhere from 19% to all the way up to 25% was utilized for those areas, excluding the amenity areas or meeting rooms. The code, how it is for the whole town, has the 25% bonus. You may recall there was a point where the master plan for Peak 7 and 8 was modified, where it did give a 600% bonus for amenities or meeting rooms, because at the time we were encouraging having more amenities. And that's one of the things, I guess, that's different, outside of that master plan area.
So that 600%, I mean, basically that master plan is built out, so that'll go away, that 600%. I mean, assuming the hotel gets built as approved.
It would. I mean, Tim might be able to weigh in, but I think there's also a sunset period for that master plan as well. I think it's gone on because we've had so many modifications, and it had the extended vesting when it was originally approved in I think it was 2004 or 5.
Okay. And then that 23 or 25%, how long is that bonus for common area for hallways and mechanical and such? How long has that been in place, that mass bonus? Do you know?
I guess it predates my involvement with planning, but yeah.
Long time.
Yeah, a long time. I think it was, yeah. And I think that's fairly common looking at other developments, looking at when we don't have a definition that we can use from the development code or the town code. We have what we call the red book. It's a standardized development definition. And so there typically is allowances for common areas in most developments for multifamily buildings.
Okay.
So I have a question that follows up Dick's first question. So would this apply to like, because essentially a non-hotel amenity club is a gym, right? A gym or a pool or something like that. Would this apply to that? Like if somebody wanted to create like another rec center or another like 24-hour fitness or something like that, would this apply to that?
They'd have to have density for it. I mean, it wouldn't, they would have to have density in order to build whatever they were going to build.
Yeah. There's nothing in the code that would give them free density. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But if they had the,
I mean, my question would actually sort of almost be the other way around. Would this code disallow another amenity club because there were no rooms linked to it?
well, that too.
That would be a question more for Tim.
So are we talking freestanding? So say if somebody wanted to go in space from Main Street Station and they said 3,000 feet and they created their own amenity club. Is that what we're asking?
Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about, Dennis.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, like years ago, something was converted to that CrossFit, right? Like that, would that be considered one?
You know, we have a definition or PIFs for, you know, health clubs and such, and, you know, CrossFit probably would, as well as like a cycling studio, you know, the cycling studio in Main Street Station, probably be another example. And previously we also had the health club in, it's not the Atrium building, but it's the same building or same condominium. It's connected to the Atrium, if you're familiar with that, in Front Street.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's been a series over time of private, you know, rec centers, health clubs and such. I think, you know, with our definition, we tie it a little bit more to the ski area where we have some of the locker room amenities. But I think it would be a question for Tim, like if we would lump some of these other uses that typically weren't set up for the benefit of parking and a pool at a lodge, if they would, just by our definition, would fall into that category now.
Tim?
My initial reaction is it probably does not fall within the definitions. I think, as Eric pointed out, I think it's just a commercial use. It would take density and have to deal with the parking generated by the development or the use.
Great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you may have people that live in Denver that have a membership to our rec center, then come up here and ski and then go shower and do everything they want, you know, hanging out the rec center and all that stuff. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be the issue, a big concern right now. So,
right.
I mean, we could potentially just create a recreation center definition to distinguish it. I don't know, I guess Tim and I could discuss that.
Or a non-room connected amenity club.
Just, you know, if it's not connected to a rooms, I would stay away from the amenity club term. It's really, I mean, if it's just a regular gym or a 24-hour fitness or something, that in my mind is not an amenity that's associated with a hotel or a resort.
Right. And that's we already have that in our code. So that's already covered.
Good. All right, thank you.
Other questions?
Chris, could you just explain the option A, the 100% density, 100% amenity space required for density in option A? How's that? What's that all? I had trouble understanding that. And then compared to that to B.
So on option A, basically, if there's an allowance for overnight guests or non-overnight guests to use the facilities of amenity facilities at, you know, a residential property, then they would have to cover that space with commercial density, which is a 1,000 square foot multiplier, and factor that in. Under option B, this was kind of, I think Eric and Aaron kind of threw out, well, what if it's kind of weighted, knowing that the majority of people probably are overnight guests that would be utilizing it. So we have split that down the middle and said half of that space would have to be, commercial density, and the other remaining 50% would not. And where it may get a little confusing is when we use the examples, we threw in the average we found of the 23%. So there was a fairly, small amount that was left over. It equated to only, using our example with 100 SFE project being 1,400, square feet and change.
Okay.
The bottom line, Jeffrey, is that the majority of this mass, this free mass that is given to these types of developments gets used up in hallways, lobbies, and boiler rooms. And there's a very small percentage left. So the question is, do you think it's appropriate to make the developer eat up density for that very minor bit on a huge property that, I mean, honestly, you wouldn't really see? That's really the question. Is it worth changing the code for that, or do you just let it go and let it stay the way it is right now? I think one of the things that we had done originally that was the wrong path was when we were giving additional density or additional mass, I should say, for amenity space. You remember at one point we were giving a big bonus plus then a multiplier bonus on the point analysis if these kind of properties had big amenity spaces. In the end, we then realized, look, those only benefit the people that are using it. That's not really what we should be doing. Now we're sort of back to the initial intent of the code, and that is this mass bonus that is for hallways, lobbies, some amenity, boiler rooms, things like that that are, part of what you need. I mean, if you don't have hallways, you're not getting to your room, so they have to build them. I know Dick at one point wants to maybe talk about just doing away with that piece also, but that's outside of this conversation. That would be something we would talk with Planning Commission about when we meet with them.
Can we go back to the definitions for a second?
Yeah.
The first part. So after option B, there's a paragraph that talks about
Parking and external.
yeah, it
After-
made it sound
yeah.
like we would only have management under the option B, like reservation management that would
Yeah, I don't think that was the intent. I think it
equal
was,
the same number of rooms as available.
if we left it out from A, the intent was to have the management under both of those options. Really, the only difference was supposed to be whether you charge, the full amount for commercial density, or you gave, a little bit of a bonus of 50%.
Okay. So adding management of the reservation system to be equal to whatever the open number of rooms are would be under either option. That we're planning to move forward with that, right?
Correct. That was our intent to propose under both options.
And then do we talk about parking, that there would be adequate parking for those as well?
Yeah, like further on in, I think at the tail end of the memo, we proposed that there wouldn't be any additional parking required for amenity club memberships because of the reservation system. It's saying that you're only allowing.
Yeah, I completely
Individuals.
agree. I don't want additional parking. I just want to make sure that that they are managing to either the vacancy in the rooms or the parking, whichever is less.
I think they managed to both, Kelly.
Whichever's less.
Yeah, I think we can add some language to satisfy that.
Like if you had 7 rooms that were open, but you only had 3 parking spaces, then you could only allow 3 people.
3 groups. Okay.
3 groups. Yeah, sorry. 3 3 cars.
We want everybody to drive singly in a car because that's part of our deal.
No, I think we can tweak that and add that suggestion as well.
But that would be an addendum to either A or B, whatever we decide on.
Correct,
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
So with the rooms, and I apologize if this is in here and I missed it, but are we saying, how are we deciding how many people per room?
I don't think we are.
Well, you don't, but you could put something in there, but I think we typically say it's an average of 4, right? I think Julia told us that earlier, that number used to be out there. So you say a group, which is an ownership group, and that varies, but so.
Yeah, I think that's what, I think we were figuring that was the be the average. You know, I think that even going back to the original discussion, that's kind of what we assumed. We could, you know, tie it to whatever the room capacity is. So if it's a studio, it might be less, or if it's a 2-bedroom that's open, you know, basically, so it's consistent with our short-term rental regulations. I mean, that may be more complicated, but if they're doing a reservation system, that might be one way of, you know, I guess allowing a little flexibility in terms of number of people, but having it tied to something that we already have a standard for.
I think whatever makes the process easier
Yeah,
is the way we should go.
Yeah.
agreed.
I like Kelly's idea of parking or rooms, whichever's less, because they need capacity, you know, to one or both of those numbers all the time. So, I mean, that's what we've approved from a traffic standpoint and everything else when we've approved that lodging facility.
So does everybody agree on that? I think we had a good note on that. We'll add language in there that says that the number of overnight guests, number of day use groups would be equal to the number of vacant rooms or vacant parking spaces, whichever is less.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good question.
All right. So then the other question we're going to need to get to is, under option A, they pay the full boat for the amenity space from a commercial standpoint.
And they being time shared.
Yes.
I think absolutely.
I'm with Dick. I like option A, that it more says that if it's amenity space, it's counted as commercial density.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the 50%, you know, that's just an arbitrary number. There's no reason for that number. And whether it's that or the really complicated calculation that was done for Peak 8, I mean, it's when you get down to the very small number of square feet that, you know, we ultimately give them, I don't think that it's worth creating this calculation. I really feel strongly that people are paying for this. Day users, you know, they pay the entire year round an HOA fee so that they can use this day use facility. So I think we're really splitting hairs to say that it's not an amenity club. And then I also think it's important for us to consider the intensity of use, and timeshares are designed to be intensely used. They're great at it. We're grateful. We know we've gone through that already, but to me, it just does not make sense to be giving away density to a timeshare. There wouldn't be any reason to exempt them.
So, okay. Carol?
I'm supportive of option A, and I like the language change we talked about earlier with parking and rooms, including that in there, but option A. That's my vote.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, with Carol and option A, Kelly's suggestion about whatever's less rooms or parking.
And Aaron?
Oh, I'm on mute. So one more thing. We're saying per day, right? We're saying, so if you have 4 groups, it's, you know, like if there are 4 rooms available, it's 4 groups per day. Or can they do like an hour reservation and have a swinging door of people coming in?
They told us that they don't do that. They told us that that is not how they operate.
Or that's not how they did operate. Can we add that to the language too? Possibly, just so
Yeah,
that we're.
I think that's a good idea to clarify that, if that's what you
Yeah.
desire.
Oh,
I'm not sure I want to add that.
You're not sure? Okay.
Yeah, I need to give that more thought. I mean, that's a huge change. That could add significant numbers.
No. She wants to add that it's only one per room per day, so that they can't cycle through and have 16 cars going up there because there's 16 daytime hours.
Exactly. I mean, this is the impact of traffic.
That's what Aaron's saying, though.
That's my point, Dick, is that I don't.
Okay. Well, then I'm in full agreement with you then.
Yeah.
I thought you were arguing for the other way around. So
No, I just don't want us to go through all this and then have those 4 empty parking spots in rotation every hour.
Gotcha. And nor do I.
Okay.
Great. So I am. Oh, what were you gonna say?
No, good.
I mean, this is all about impacts to the community. I mean, we've heard so many times of the impacts to the community, the traffic, the congestion, the capacity issues, all of these things. And that's what we're talking about. This isn't meant to be punitive. This is meant to manage impacts to the community.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think that with all these rules in place, I think that we're managing it. I think that we are achieving it. Honestly, like I know I'm the second to last vote. I'm on the fence. I could hear, response, argument for either side, but I'll go with the group. But I think all of these guidelines, all of these rules are really moving it to the place that we want to be.
Okay, I agree. Chris, does that give you enough to come back to us with?
I believe so, yeah. We'll work with Tim to get a first reading for you for the next meeting.
Excellent.
Hopefully for the next meeting.
Hopefully. I guess shouldn't speak for Tim.
Thank you.
All right.
Keep it moving forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Everybody.
Thank you, Chris.
Rick, anything you want to do? It is 5 to 6 before we go into an exec session.
I'd like to talk to the council a little bit about a process for how we want to address short-term rentals. We were scheduled to come back to you at the second meeting in April and revisit different regulations. We've been exploring trying to look at what's new, what, if anything, is new, what are people doing to control this? We're recently part of upgrading the Colorado Association of Ski Towns short-term rental inquiry sheet to see what, regulations different people have in place. The reality is, I'm not sure there's going to be a whole lot of new stuff when it comes to kind of a typical governmental response from what we saw last time we brought it to you. And so I kind of feel like we need to dig deeper. And by that, I mean, I think we need to engage some stakeholder groups in this discussion, because this is a really big decision. I think when if we start putting caps or even potential moratoriums or something on there that's going to change the market as we see it today, I'm not saying it doesn't need to happen, but I'm just saying it has repercussions. And I think we need to really look at this very closely, and we need to involve others in it, which is what we often do when we have really big decisions, right? We reach out and engage stakeholder groups in those things, whether it's events or, the DMMO management and stuff for BTO and all that kind of stuff, where we've done, the visioning plan for the town, et cetera. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't do that. I don't want to wait till April and have that discussion. I think we lose a good month. I think if we could decide what that looks like, we could start building that stakeholder group, and we could start digging into some of this stuff now. And then at some point, we'll be able to come back. We could do some check-ins with the council and come back and have a more thorough discussion. And we will have had community input. And so I kind of wanted to hear from you what you think that process, what you feel like that process might look like or would support.
What would we do? What would we do in the meantime? Would we put like a kind of a hold on accepting new licenses?
That's a separate discussion, Jeffrey. You could do that, or you continue as business as usual. I'm a little nervous that I'm seeing when I hear the real estate market is still booming. It means a lot of stuff is getting sold, although I've heard that there's very little inventory out there. So I'm not sure what's happening exactly. But
Rick, do you know how many short-term rental licenses applications we normally get in a 2-week period?
No, but I know that it was, I reached out to staff because I heard there was a comment made that we had like 16 in this past 2 weeks. And out of what we did have in the last 2 weeks, we think 3 of those were not short-term rentals before. Okay, 8 of those came, I believe, from one lodging company that involved, a new. Some of these were ownerships that changed, and I think one of them's a new construction that's going on, and that type of thing. So the majority of those that we've seen in the last couple of weeks are not new short-term rentals. Only 3 of them are. But we are seeing a lot. I mean, you heard those numbers earlier, right? And just if you look alone at what we saw in the past year with over 100 new short-term rentals, we know that it's happening. We know it's moving quickly, and but I don't. That's a council decision. If you want to, how you want to address that. That's one question, and then the other one's going to be obviously what does this process look like? Because the sooner we can get this process going, the sooner we can try to address this crisis.
Yeah, I think we talked the process question first and then circle back to the moratorium question because they're related, and I think we need to have a sense of how long we think the process will take to get it right, and how, what's involved in the process. So I would be in favor of having the process discussion first and then circle back to the moratorium question.
Good point, Dick.
Does anybody have ideas about process? I mean, originally we talked about, putting a group together, 2 council people, somebody from lodging, somebody from the real estate sector, somebody from finance, because this needs to be data driven. We got that spreadsheet earlier, but I can't dive into that enough. What we need is a better executive summary of that to tell us some of these questions that we do not know the answer to. How many of these are over 7,000 square feet? how many of these used to be long-term rentals? How many of these are in traditionally long-term rental neighborhoods? How many of these are changing? You know, I mean, there's so many questions in what we're doing. And just to say there are 3,800 and we're going to cap it at 4,000, I think misses the finer point of what exactly are we trying to solve. I would say that the problem we're trying to solve is the loss of locals living in our community. If that's our overarching goal, that we want to keep the soul of the community intact, we want the people that work here to live here, and that's our goal. What does that mean? And how do we find, what's the data telling us is happening right now? And that's what that group's got to put together. We need to understand all the ramifications along the way. You know, for a real estate agent to say to me, you're trying to put us out of business, but then we hear that there's been 100 new realtors in the last year, those don't jive for me. There's a, you know, that sector seems to be tipping in the wrong way. So we need some advice from that sector. We need some advice from the lodging sector, people that are in this all the time. We got to talk to somebody that understands the Airbnb and VRBO piece of this also. Because part of that soul of our community is what every business in this town gives back to the community. I mean, we know that retail and restaurant and lodging partners like Beaver Run give back all the time to the community, but Airbnb and VRBO do not. So how do we engage that piece also? So those are some things I'd like to see, you know, whatever the makeup of this group is, that's, I think, what our issue is. And tell me if I'm wrong.
I agree with how you've described the issue. I think we need multiple groups. I think we need broader representation than trying to get representatives of every group in the same room. I would like to see us do a roundtable with representatives from the real estate community, an additional roundtable with representatives from our business community / workforce, a roundtable with people in the lodging property management business, you know, including the Airbnb, the short-term rental, you know, that side of the business, and maybe missing another group. But I think we need three.
I like that approach. I like that roundtable approach, Dick.
Yeah, I just don't think having the same group with the same people, you know, that we seem to have been leaning on, you know, all through the last year of COVID. You know, I'd like to hear some of the other voices out there.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that gives us an advantage of not just hearing from one voice in a certain industry, but being able to capture varied viewpoints.
For clarity, would you propose that we do multiple roundtables and they're open, or would you isolate the participants in a roundtable to certain industries?
I would do industry-driven roundtables so that, you know, we just have one industry or one representative group at a time.
Yeah, okay.
So that we can stay on task in the discussion.
I think that's a good idea. I think it's a really good idea. I think that there needs to be an understanding that we are looking for solutions that have something to do with short-term rental. You know, I don't want the solution to be, well, the town should build more workforce housing. I will go crazy. I mean, I want more workforce housing. Don't get me wrong. And I'm happy to vote to support building it. It's just that we've talked about this. This is not the end all be all solution. We need others. And so I would love that to be a caveat of no is not an answer, or this is the town's problem is not the answer.
100% agree with that, Aaron.
Are we going to put a time frame on this, or time, you know, what we're hoping to be a time frame?
Yeah, it'd be nice to do that, but this is a big undertaking. It would be nice to set a time frame. You know, I don't know how long
No,
this
I
will take,
would, but-
Jeffrey, and I don't want to shortchange getting the right solution.
I'd much rather do these in person. And I'm not sure how soon I could do that. That would be the only concern if we did them in person, because trying to manage, you know, that many people, even if we limited it to 20, 25 per roundtable, that's a lot of people to manage in a virtual setting.
Yeah.
I don't think we should wait until we can be in person. That seems too
No,
far out to me.
I think you're right. And
Even if it means we have to do twice as many roundtables, I would, you know.
do you think we should look for outside facilitator to help, or just, I mean, I think, and Shannon and I could probably, we have some talented staff that can help us work through some of this stuff and put together kind of a facilitation model. And the good thing about a roundtable that's open to a group, you can all listen in. You know, it's not limited to 2 of you. You can listen in. What I wouldn't want you to do is get, you know, involved in debate or necessarily start driving the conversation, or, you know, because they look to you as that authority of something. But I think you can listen in and hear as part of those as much as you want.
Yeah, Rick, and I think we could present questions that we would like answers to the facilitators, because I agree with you, Rick. It shouldn't be a back and forth between council. We're here to listen.
And one of the questions that we need answered is, how do we keep our workforce housing? To Aaron's point, not the town builds it. That doesn't help.
All right. I like that idea. Why don't you let us see, let's go with this roundtable model. What I'll try to do is I'll start sending, we'll try to put on paper what this could look like with the different industry groups, okay? We'll share some of that with you, and then you can kind of add, making sure that we've captured what those different groups would be. Keep in mind, if we have 5 different industry groups and we need to have them be a little smaller, that could be 10 roundtables. So, but you know, hey, we'll do what we got to do. I think this is important, and we'll get on it. We'll try to get them going. And then we'll try, what we'll do is we'll collectively try to come up with kind of the, you know, the problem statement, and the kind of the points that we want to facilitate and get answers to with this group. Okay, so that we kind of go into this making sure we're all on the same page. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds like a great plan. In the meantime, could we get finance staff to do a bit of an executive summary on that info that we have?
Sure. They're listening right now. So can you want to delve into that a little more so that you understand, just really dissect that information to see what are the different neighborhoods, what are the types of structures. There is a breakdown by bedroom, which gives you some.
Yeah, it was
the size.
It was really hard to look at and try to segregate, you know, and they had some great information there, you know, how many units owned by individuals or, you know, one name, whether it was a company or not. You know, I'd like to know, there are 20.
So there's 57 entities that own 126 properties right now. So out of those 126 properties that are part of a multiple ownership, there are 57 of those either LLCs or individuals that own.
That's the kind of information I'd like to pull out of that into a one-pager that goes with that.
Yeah. And I think we could, I looked quickly at those addresses, and they're all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are like Main Street Station, right? They own 2 units at Main Street Station, but many of them, they may own a unit and, you know, on Red Feather and Warriors Mark, and then they have a unit up at Gold Camp or something like that.
Right.
Probably half of them are, you know, just roughly looking, are the types of things where we consider where they might have been more of a long-term rental at some point or something like that. Some of them are obviously higher end properties that would never be used for that. But so,
you know, Rick, in our housing committee, we talked about doing some mapping. I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but I would love to identify our traditional workforce housing neighborhoods / buildings, developments, and then maybe map within those how many short-term rental licenses exist in those workforce.
Yeah,
Those
okay.
traditional workforce
I
housing.
like that. That could start to give us an idea of what's that community, and by community, I mean, let's take Gold Camp up on Ski Hill. What does that look like now?
Yeah.
I mean, some of you have an idea what it looked like 20 years ago, and I'm sure it's way different today.
Well, Valdezare is another good building.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're losing some of these right and left, and it's changing. And so
that'll help us understand the magnitude of, that'll help us understand the magnitude of the issue.
Yeah. And units, those older, excuse me, Kelly, but those older units like Valdezare, when those become short-term rentals, it really, really impacts the quality of life for those full-time residents.
Absolutely.
Because those walls are paper thin and the noise is really an issue. And, so the one party in one of those units will impact, 10 units around it, if not more.
Yeah.
Just the sound of ski boots on the floor to the ceiling below it.
Can
Kelly?
we make sure that one of those round tables includes like either hotel or bed and breakfast type people who can talk to some of the fees and taxes that they pay, that, they're a similar kind of business, but they're held to these other standards of, being a commercial.
Like commercial property taxes?
I don't know, all the taxes that they're paying, water tap fees, sewer fees, all these different fees that, a hotel like's going to be built at 300 Wellington, it isn't going to be paying.
We'll include a traditional, the more of our, like the Marriott's in, the Residence Inn as part
That'd
of
be
that
great.
lodging group. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, and I think where Kelly's headed, we could have finance work up those numbers, a traditional property like the Marriott, what's the difference in property tax, in, all the PIFs, all the soft fees, et cetera, so that we can get a sense of how much does it cost to have a brick and mortar short-term license, and how much does it cost to have a short-term license in a neighborhood?
And you can just start with density, because density on a commercial piece of property is limited and is worth a lot of money per SFE. Density on a residential piece of property is unlimited. So you can build your home as big as you want within the confines of the code, where the Marriott couldn't do that because they only had X amount of density available. So there is already, before you get in the ground, there is there is something that is not equal between two commercial type properties right from the get-go.
Oh, sorry. Is that something that we can affect without going to the voters?
I don't know. That's a tough one though, because you can't really, the reason for that is somebody has a right to build however, probably the historic reason is you can build whatever house you want within the parameters that were set. Back when a house was probably 2,500 feet was a big house. I think that would be a difficult one, because you would have to somehow prove their intent of use. And say Jeffrey built his dream house and he used his unlimited square footage, but then he sold it, and then the next person came in and just, used that and then got to add on to it. I think that's sort of a hard one to, it's hard. It almost gets to that property tax question that,
right,
it's just regulated from a different agency, really. I think there's a bigger philosophical question on that one also.
But there might be like a licensing fee structure when
Yes.
they come to apply for a short-term rental license, if they're, you know, the fee structure right now is very simple and there's a slight difference, but if you have a massive house, I mean, we could tie it more closely to the size of the property.
As long as the fee was being used to pay for
something,
to
administer something in the program. You can't just utilize a fee as a tax and just jack it up for no reason.
I guess what I'm struggling with is if you buy a house and you turn it into a restaurant, you have to pay for that density, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's expensive because you have to do water, you have to do sewer, you have to do parking. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that makes it almost impossible to do. Plus, you have to be you also have to be in the right land use district. You can't go into the Weisshorn and build a restaurant because it's not a land use district that will accept commercial.
Right. So, and I get that the state is not recognizing these buildings as businesses, but they are. So I'm wondering if there's anything that we can do on a local front, you know, with density or with anything else to locally address them as businesses, which they are. You know, we're not doing, that wouldn't be doing anything that's, you know, misleading or anything. They're businesses.
Aaron, you bring up a good point. Maybe that's a good discussion to have in our joint meeting with the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
These are all the strategies that we want to come up with, and you know, so when you look at a roundtable, you're right. It's don't just tell us to go build more housing. Help us figure out and brainstorm how we can address this this thing that we're going to come up with this stuff. So, all right, I think we have our marching. What we might still do. It would not be the next, so the second meeting in April, maybe we'll just come back to you with staff after they've dug into some of that data a little more, Eric.
Okay.
It probably won't be as long of a session, but at least we'll do something.
On the 27th. Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll keep you up to speed on putting this stuff to these roundtables together, and we'll start working out a plan on that. So. We have I want to make sure that we're going into exec session by 6:30 at the latest.
Okay, so Dick, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick on the moratorium. I guess I'm hearing that, you know, because I'd heard there were 18 licenses in the last 2 weeks, but hearing that only 3 of them were really new. I guess, I don't know how others feel, but maybe the moratorium is not as urgent as I felt, the temporary moratorium. So I personally am okay, but monitoring very carefully how many new licenses there are. And if we see a rush to get new short-term rental licenses, I think it's very important that we do a temporary moratorium while we have time to really vet this and discuss it and get it right.
How's everybody feel about that? Not doing anything at the moment?
I agree with Dick. I think a moratorium is an option. Might not be an option tonight, considering the numbers, but that's something that we should always not be afraid to use to give us some breathing room to figure it out.
I do worry that we're creating demand, so I would support a moratorium.
Say that again.
I do worry that just this conversation is increasing demand. Of course, I agree with Dick to continue to watch it, but I would also vote for a moratorium tonight.
Anyone
I
else?
agree that, yeah, we closely watch the numbers. If there is a flood, I wouldn't be opposed to a moratorium, but as numbers stand now, I don't see the need for a moratorium.
I'm in agreement with holding off.
But it's something that we could look at in 2 weeks' time.
Absolutely.
Oh, I think we look at it at every meeting and be willing to call an emergency meeting if it gets out of hand.
I would likely continue to vote for the moratorium in the future too.
Yeah, I think I'm with Aaron. I think that this conversation is very likely to create demand. It's gonna at least get people thinking about whether they want you know, to get in. So maybe if Shannon could start putting the number, like a number on Friday afternoon of how many short-term rental license, both total and then how many new, you know, a loss of rentals on each Friday, we could watch that. I would vote yes for a moratorium. And I'll be watching very closely.
All right. We got lots to talk to finance about.
Okay, put them to work.
Yeah, I hope they were taking notes.
Well, the other piece is, Rick, I think we need to raise the fees and create a enforcement arm to it, which is a legitimate reason for raising the fees, but that's another discussion, but maybe something that we need to analyze, what it would cost to create a efficient enforcement arm. How many people do we have to hire? How much do we have to raise fees?
Can I ask you that if you have ideas of people or organizations that you would like to see on these groups, that you send those names to Shannon and I? So realtors, you know, if we're gonna have, you know, I guess if we're gonna invite a lot of people if it's a round table. So I mean, we couldn't, I don't want the whole association showing up at these things, you know, but
right
there's, you know, there's 5 to 10 that we know out there locally that we could pull in.
Rick, do we have a, like, for we have that square footage calculation for employees for both restaurants and
employee generation calculator?
Yeah.
Mitigation formula.
Yeah, and that we have that for I guess just restaurants and retail, and then probably lodging and all kinds of different.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I can see everybody's wheels turning. So
Hey, could we get a straw poll just right now? Who out here there would support doing just a short moratorium until we get everything assembled for the roundtable and all that? It seems like Aaron and Kelly would be in.
Anybody else?
I could be talked into it.
I mean, I'd do it. I'd do it if we had a kind of a quantifiable amount of time to look into this.
I would have a problem with it because it would have to be based on a loss of long-term rental to short-term rental. It couldn't just be new licenses for, we don't even know what. I mean,
Well, I mean, we can base it on the last, since we started talking about it, I guess, like, even if it wasn't spurred since we started talking about it, but we know there's a loss since the beginning, a significant loss since the beginning of COVID over the last year.
Right.
So there's still a pretty significant number out there, 100 new in the last year, when we only can build maximum of 68 units a year, it feels like. So we're already experiencing a loss, even if we don't take into account our current discussion.
I totally agree. We have to be able to back up what we say with data, though. So before we affect a sector in our community, we have to make sure we know exactly what we're talking about. We have to know that those 100 units used to be long-term, and we don't find out that 10 of them are Beaver Run, or, you know, a couple of them are huge homes somewhere. So I really do want to know. I would be okay with it as long as we know what we're talking about, as long as we have the data that says, look, you've just lost 25 long-term units that were in Gold Camp, Valdezare, you know, then I would say, yeah, we need to do this. So we just need to be able to support this.
So I think that data is there to tell you that. And first of all, you would be, if you did it, I think you could do it. I think you could direct a moratorium on short-term rental licenses on a non-exempt property. All right, so you're taking the beaver runs and all those out of the equation. On a non-exempt property equal to less than whatever, 2,000 square feet, which would be the majority of your, and you might even go lower, but the majority of those types of units that were traditionally owner occupied or long-term rental properties, the Valdeseres, the Gold Camps, the Claim Jumpers, all those ones that, you know, that we're seeing being bought up and put to short-term rentals. That would be one strategy if that's what you were trying. You're worried and you're trying to protect those right now until we come up with something.
I think that's a good strategy.
And that might be, it might be more motivation for folks to come to the table and talk about the possible solution.
Oh, it'll definitely motivate some people.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think that there are two ways of looking at it too. You know, just maybe, you know, like with the amenity clubs, we put a moratorium on there just because we didn't want new amenity clubs to be built under different guidelines. I see this as something very similar because we don't know what those guidelines are, and we didn't know what those guidelines were either. So I think it's future facing as well. And you know, if we're here sitting around this table saying we're going to do something, we just don't know what it is, I think that could be motivating to people to do what they can in the next month to buy.
I'm with Rick and Aaron. I would be in favor of trying the moratorium right now until we get a handle on it.
Me too.
So that's the majority of you. The question is, do we want to limit what we're directing it at? Or I think it definitely has to be on non-exempt properties. And when do you want to do it? Because I don't know. I mean, Tim can't get that done in 30 minutes. We could call a special meeting at some point and do it, or.
But Rick, would be non-exempt properties, and are you still thinking properties smaller than, say, or 2,000 square feet and less?
You know, Jeffrey, I just threw that off the top of my head. It might behoove a little bit of analysis to see what the majority of those fall into. I'm guessing it's not 2,000, but I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I do think that if we can get some of this really, you know, great specific data together, it's worth getting it ready for the next council meeting and being ready to do that.
Or a special meeting.
But I do think I don't think we should just pick a number. That makes me very uncomfortable of square feet.
Hey, Tim, can you weigh in for a sec here?
I'm here.
Are you okay if we were to put something together where we call out a moratorium on certain types of properties by size, and or maybe to include bedroom count size, something like that, non-exempt?
I'd like to talk to you to make sure I understand exactly where you're going with it. But generally speaking, yes. As long as the duration of the moratorium is reasonable and is really no longer in duration than the anticipated time it's going to take to figure out the council's approach.
Okay.
Like Aaron said, it's very similar to the moratorium that's currently in place with respect to amenity clubs. And you know, one of the basic reasons that you're allowed to do moratoria is to freeze the situation while you figure out how you want to regulate something.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Good. We good? Let's go to exec session.
Hey, how do I get to exec session?
Let's call this meeting to order at 7:06 with a roll call, please.
Ms. Sade.
Here.
Mr. Carlton.
Here.
Mr. Bergeron.
Here.
Miss Owens,
Here.
Mr. Kuhn,
Here.
Miss Giello,
Here.
Mayor Mamula.
Here. Before we get going, I would like to take a moment to recognize and honor the 10 people that were killed yesterday at the King Super in Boulder. I know all of us have, some kind of relationships to Boulder. It's, one of my favorite places to go. That King Supers is right near my sister's house. She was there for the whole thing yesterday. I called her numerous times to hear what exactly was going on. They were landing choppers in the field right outside of her house, and the high school that they kept talking about is where my niece goes. So I'd like to just take a moment. I'm so sick and tired of this going on in this country. I can't even, for the life of me, understand how we as a civilized, civilized country can allow this kind of behavior to go on with no ramifications from the people that sit in Congress and the Senate, and they will talk about this again. And I know the president spoke about this, and once again, nothing will happen. And it is such a tragedy. And it just breaks my heart. So we can just take just a moment. All right, thank you, everyone. This one hit really close to home for me, and I appreciate it. Approval of the minutes for our last meeting, which was on the 9th of March. Anybody have anything to add or change? All right, meetings minutes stand as presented. Agenda, Rick, do we have any changes?
No changes.
All right, communications to council. So we have non-agenda items only. So if it's on the agenda, we'll give you some time a little later, but we'll give everybody 30 seconds. If there is something you would like to offer up this evening, or if you have questions for council, if you don't feel like doing it in this venue, you can always send your questions or thoughts to mayor@townofbreckenridge.com. That, of course, goes to the whole gang of us here. So I'm going to start the clock, if I can find it, and there we go. It's a little less populated event than we've been having lately tonight.
Oh, yeah.
All right, with that, I will close this portion of the citizens' comments. You will have an opportunity to comment on the one bit of legislative that we have. And again, you can always get to us at mayor@townofbreckenridge.com. We do have a Breck Creative Arts update. So Chris, if you could bring Matt, I assume, over.
Yeah, Matt over.
Matt and Tamara.
Yeah, Tamara's here.
Hello. Hi, Matt.
Hi there. I've got Tamara with me as well. Pardon me, let me just get my notes back. Hello there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. It is good to see you again. Today, I wanted to give you a quick update on our annual audit process, and then invite Tamara Park, the head of our music division, Breck Music, to share some very exciting news. So I'll start with the fun stuff, the audit. We're wrapping up with the 2020 audit. This is our annual audit. We don't anticipate any issues, which is good. A boring audit is a good thing. We like boring audits. At the end of the year, we ended the year better than we anticipated back in late summer, early fall, and we're looking at approximately $435,000 net revenue in 2020. So overall, the reason we were able to come out of last year in a really good position is because we maintained very careful fiscal management, including elimination of positions, maintained staff vacancies, adjusted services during periods of shutdown and level red restrictions, postponed administrative projects and programming, and really just across the board belt tightening. So as you recall, we made a significant reduction to our budget this year, and over 116,000 of those net revenues are helping to close the gap in the 2021 budget. And that offsets shortfalls in contributed and earned revenues. So for the last year, our organization has really tried to prioritize the creation of a cash reserve. For a company our size, it's just good business practice to have some type of reserves, and this has not been the case historically at Recreate. So we've begun to build this cash reserve, and we expect over 300,000 to seed the reserve as we work over the coming years to really build it up to a reasonable level. Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and give a quick update on that since we hadn't had a chance to talk last month. Are there any questions about that before we move on to the more fun stuff?
Questions?
Okay. Well, with that, I'll pass the mic to Tamara to talk about a very exciting new BCA Breck Music project.
Hello, and thank you for having me and Matt tonight. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen with a short presentation for you. So we at BCA and the Breck Music Division are excited to launch, as of last week, a project that we're calling AirStage. And the AirStage is a 100% privately funded mobile stage that is intended to deliver accessible, relevant, high quality live music and arts education directly to the people of our mountain community. So we're really proud and excited about this, especially in this moment in time. Thank you, Mayor Mamula, for your words at the beginning. Right now, our community could certainly use a little joy, and we feel it's one of our responsibilities to reconnect people as we come out of this pandemic after a pretty dark year and bring some light back. So this project called the AirStage, I'll just give you a little video preview here. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear the sound. Terrific. So that is a preview of our brand for the AirStage, which is really built upon 3 core elements related to our community. Community as number 1, really wanting to create friendly experiences, casual experiences, ensuring that anything that comes about as a result of the AirStage is welcoming, maybe a little bit nostalgic, and certainly reminiscent of the culture here in Breckenridge. And then secondly, the outdoors. Of course, this is first and foremost a place for adventure and the open road and the freedom that's associated with that. And certainly the AirStage brand and the project in general is kind of built on that hippie, campy nature that we all are drawn here in particular to experience. And third is that sense of wonder, the energy, the beauty of the mountains, and everything that it offers to enrich our lives. And so then we get into the goals of the Air Stage, and ours are pretty simple. To surprise and delight mainly our residents, but also as an ancillary benefit, our visitors as well who stumble upon it, with our multidisciplinary focus. Arts encompasses a wide range of disciplines, visual arts, music. We'll have a little bit of everything, film. And also, most importantly, you know, as we are still kind of suffering and rebuilding as a result of the pandemic, how we usher in information into our neighborhoods about social services that are available here, the resources that we have through Building Hope, FERC. We hope to really use music and art as a fun vehicle, literally a fun vehicle, for bringing this information to our residents. And third, you know, we continue to be a tourist town and destination, and we want people to know that there is a lot going on here. Not only the beautiful outdoor adventure that our community offers, the skiing, the mountain, the quintessential historic town, but also the arts. And so this Air Stage project really is designed to build the brand of Breckenridge as a destination for high quality entertainment that our patrons and guests can know that they always have something to entertain the non-skiers of the family. And we can offer just some great immersive arts experience and build our brand through the earned media that we receive as a result of this unique and creative project. And lastly, as you know, we've recently merged, well, maybe not so recently now, with Breckenridge Creative Arts. And this project really enables us to come together to build a cohesive operating and program plan that makes the best use of all of our collective resources, the towns, the private funding that we're able to solicit. And it's really just a fantastic way to bring our teams together after a pretty major crisis on top of a merger. We are also operating and making all of our decisions against 5 core values. You can see them pretty squarely here. Public health and safety is our #1 concern in all of our decisions. We may even delay those decisions in order to ensure the most safe and secure environment in which our guests and neighbors can connect. And that we can really transition a lot of our programs that have traditionally happened inside cultural facilities here in Breckenridge into socially distanced outdoor environments. Second, this question of equity. I know this is an important topic for the town. It's an important topic for my family too, as a Korean American family. And we are really working with other service providers and nonprofits to enable leaders within specific marginalized communities to feel welcome at the locations that we choose to place the Air Stage, and ensure that they feel comfortable too. And so we are really pleased about this silver lining, again, a literal silver lining. We're able to overcome a lot of the barriers that we have in the traditional music venue or concert hall of providing more accessible and relevant programming to everybody here. And so we are looking to really make this a resource for Breckenridge first, if it is welcome and people are excited about it, and then also get out into Greater Summit County. There's a lot of energy and enthusiasm out there to bring the joy back, and we're really eager to be a part of that, not only here in Breckenridge and these neighborhoods here, but also beyond. Community-centered, you know, our decision-making, we're going to offer most of the programming that is on the Air Stage for free to the community. We're targeting local workforce neighborhoods and gathering places. And our goal is also to minimize the scheduling overlaps to the extent possible with our other community of nonprofits and arts organizations and town events. we are also, really looking to align with the past program aesthetic that's been so popular here over the course of the last 5 years. That sense of adventure and play through the arts. And so all of the programming off the air stage will have a similar aesthetic. It'll be innovative, it'll be immersive. Intimate is a huge quality of what we're going to do with this thing. And of course, playful. We'll have some really, well, I'll talk about it in a moment, but we'll have some really cool things to offer that will excite guests and residents. And lastly, the environmental sustainability. We do need to haul this thing with a truck. I am crossing my fingers for Tesla, but that might not happen. But every event will keep the town's priority of sustainability and environmental conscientiousness at the forefront. And so some of the just geeky specs of the air stage, it's actually a 23-foot trailer. We're going to have a state-of-the-art sound system, including, I kind of am thinking of it as a mobile Disney concert hall, Frank Gehry style. The sound will be able to project up to 200 feet at the highest quality, but we can always turn it down. And of course, we'll be aligned with all sound ordinances and work with neighborhood representatives. It will have also a 5x8 LED wall, so we can show movies off of it. We can we'll have interactive art installations as a part of that. And the stage itself is about 14.5 by 9 feet. So we anticipate hosting up to 6 musicians, unless we're required to be socially distanced, in which case we can scale down from there. So we can plug in shore power, or we can be off grid in the middle of nowhere for a pretty significant show. We're very excited about all that it has to offer. And of course, we'll be paying close attention to the public health restrictions and guidelines that the county and the town provide to ensure that we're in compliance and creating the experience where numbers are managed and we are offering safe experiences for everybody. So the kinds of music that you will see this summer, and lots of stuff to be announced in the next couple of months, but the air stage will be here to animate special events. July 4th and otherwise. In particular, we are excited to participate with that and add some color. Also, we will have a series of monthly artist residencies with musicians, bands, non-classical bands, to complement what the NRO is going to offer in the Riverwalk Center. And these residencies will enable family-friendly block parties. So in a couple of weeks, we'll roll out a campaign with all of the liabilities and expectations, and our community and communities beyond in Summit County can apply, residents can apply to host a block party in their neighborhood, where we'll bring some high-level talent and art directly to our neighborhoods, but also making sure that those who are volunteering to work for us and bring this, work with their HOAs and have the full endorsement and approval of their neighborhood. And lastly, this will enable a shortened, reduced Breckenridge Music Festival, our traditional classical-based festival, where we'll have about 10 to 15 musicians over the course of 10 days, also utilizing the air stage to deliver some really neat classical experiences, both in partnership with the NRO and with many of our donors on their properties as well. And the art that will be part of it, I'm really very pleased. I was just able to renegotiate a project that was scheduled for 2020 Wave Festival, and we are going to reimagine one of those arts installations with a Boulder-based artist named Cashflow, or Justin Gitlin. And this swell installation will be really kind of trippy and fun, and you can jump in front of the LED wall and interact with the digital art piece. We'll also have a fun game called Flail or Fail, where you just compete. You jump in front of the LED screen and you compete with your neighbor to see who can move their body the most to win. And lastly, a music visualizer, which will be activated by whatever is on the stage at the time. There will be that beautiful rainbow colored brand behind the musicians. And that's inspired by the alpenglow of our mountains and by the cheeriness, of course, of the rainbows and just the spectacular nature of when a rainbow does indeed hit our community after a rain. So I'll also drive people back to the Arts District campus to take a series of airstage related classes. So dip dyeing with that rainbow again, all kinds of fun tin can related activities. We'll also be able to host demonstrations on the airstage and other take and make kinds of things will be a part of each of our block parties and available on the Arts District campus. We'll also have opportunity for bike in movies in partnership with Breck Film. And just to close, you know, again, coming back to Eric, your comments at the beginning, I don't know if music can change the world overnight, but I know that music can help someone make it through a difficult night. And, you know, our vision in Breck Music and BCA is really a community where everyone discovers and is supported and connected by the power of music and art. And this is what we're really excited to be able to do with this project, is just bring people back together in a positive way. And we hope you feel the same way too.
Thank you. It'll be cool. I can't wait to see it.
Are there any questions about the air stage?
I know that you have the social media tags and everything, but people will be able to find it online too as just a website, right? For programming?
Yes. So all of, you know, our marketing strategy is at either end of the spectrum. So we will be really just promoting this from an earned media standpoint and a grassroots standpoint. So we want to be able to manage our crowds appropriately. And so actually we don't want things to get too big. So there won't be a whole lot of paid advertising that we do, but instead a mobilization of our community members with door hangers through social media. We'll have a prep list so that a host can really share this with their community, their neighborhood, when we do schedule those events. So right now the air stage is at breckmusic.org. And of course, at Airstage Breck is a good place to follow for all of the up-to-date information, but we have all the specific specs and a lot of renderings and photos available on our website as well. And I wish that an independent website, but it wasn't in our budget scope. So we're at breckmusic.org right now.
That's all right. The grassroots is even better. And thank you so much for keeping our values and our current, you know, community values with the health and equity and environment. It's just really great. Thank you so much.
Love the idea.
Go ahead, Dennis. Sorry.
No, love the idea. Aaron said it. Branding, marketing, community goodwill, and just fun. So thank you.
Are you going to have
Traveling.
concerts in Dick's driveway?
We're going to do some traveling council meetings off this thing.
That'd be great.
We'll all
No,
sit
but
up
if you get the Tesla truck, I'll drive it.
and we just drive up and down the street.
You're hired, Dennis. And
Fun.
actually we can host meetings in this thing. We can drop it down, put you in a big, beautiful setting. And we'll have a custom made conference table where you can all sit and chat. Hopefully if we can sit next to one another this summer.
Sweet. Awesome. Well, thank you. Matt, did you have anything else to add tonight?
Nope, not tonight. Nope.
All right.
Thank you so much. We're excited to share it with you.
Well, thank you. Thanks for bringing that to us.
It's going to be kind of cool.
Awesome. All right. Let's move on to continued business. We have the second reading of Council Bill number 7, Series 2021. This is an ordinance providing for the vacation of a right-of-way, a portion of 4 O'Clock Road. Tim.
The council received an application under the town's street vacation ordinance from the owner of the property at 1005 4 O'Clock Road requesting the vacation of a part of the town's 4 o'clock road right-of-way adjacent to the owner's property. The parcel that is requested for vacation is about 650 square feet. It is not part of the traveled right-of-way or the paved right-of-way. It actually looks like the property owner's front or side yards. Council, I think, has seen this a couple of times. The ordinance was passed on first reading at the last meeting. There are no changes proposed to the ordinance from first reading.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim? No, anyone in the public wish to comment on this second reading of Council Bill number 7 tonight? Please use the chat function or the Q&A function, I'm sorry, at the bottom of your screen. You have 30 seconds that I started a little bit ago, because you should know. All righty, the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion, Jeffrey?
On second reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 7, 2021 series. With the subject has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion by the council? No? Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn,
Yes.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Ms. Sade,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. Thank you, Tim. We have no new business, no first readings, no resolutions, and no other. We do have planning commission decisions for the March 16th, 2021. Is there any call-ups this evening? Nope. Then planning commission decisions stand as presented. Report of town manager and staff, Rick.
Just one additional thing to let the council know that I will be out of town from Friday of this week through Wednesday. So Shannon will be in charge.
Right. Have fun on your trip. Driving back in the truck, family truckster. Report of the mayor and council members. I don't have anything. Dick, you got anything? Kelly? Dennis?
I do.
Oh.
And this is from Larissa at the BHA. And there's a couple of smaller capital projects this summer, mainly the Sally Barber restabilization or stabilization and the Keystone Oil Drill Shelter, plus the interpretive signs both at French Gulch and at Iowa Hill. And then the board had a discussion at the last board meeting about the Rounds and Porter Summit County Development Cabin, which is the McGinnis McGraphics cabin. I don't know if you all know where that sits right now, but it used to sit on the corner of Main and Lincoln, and it was the Summit County Development Cabin building that was locally there for the development of the ski area. A lot of us saw it was the only thing on that lot at the time. So they're looking at possibly trying to save that and put it somewhere of its historic significance. We can get those two words out.
Cool. Thanks, Dennis.
You bet.
Carol?
Events we already talked about, and Social Equity Commission. We did have a meeting last week. It was one of our first meetings without Monica, the consultant. So it was largely a brainstorming meeting, both from the commission itself. Also, Rick was there, and some ideas of different topics we want to look into were discussed. And that's it.
I got to tell you, I like, Aaron bringing up the social equity thing. I like that that's becoming sort of a part of our lexicon now. I obviously keep forgetting about it, but I think it's important that you guys bring it up every time we talk about some of these things. I think that's important that this just becomes, it just becomes something that we consider with everything that we do. So thank you. Aaron, anything to add?
Okay, I apologize. We had a big fat BOSAC meeting last night, so this might take a minute. So we discussed 2 of the upcoming projects for summer 2021, including the completion of the Rose Beginner Mountain Bike Loop that is located up French Gulch, and an Upper Weber Gulch Trail extension to be completed with the help of the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. Both trails were included in the special use authorization with the Forest Service in 2019. Because they are entirely on joint town and county land, a NEPA will not be needed. There was a lot of discussion about this Golden Horseshoe Oversight Committee, which meets pretty regularly, and it includes the town of Breckenridge, the county, and the Forest Service. And so we did talk about some communication back and forth between that committee to maybe help inform BOSAC of other groups' thoughts. We also discussed the Riling Dredge parking area, which is due to be expanded from 6 parking spots to 12. That's scheduled to be regraded and realigned this spring, and with a new culvert to help the drainage. And the entry exit from the parking area into French Gulch Road. BOSAC did express some concern with this, and I know that we did discuss parking expansion earlier in this meeting. So there were just mixed feelings, I would say, about this parking lot expansion. And then we also discussed the trail count information that we all looked at, and there was just mention of, similar things to what we talk about, congestion, trailhead amenities, including, trash and bathroom, parking surface, et cetera. And the capacity of our trails, which Paul Sumner also offered some interesting information about maybe how we could measure that in the future, and how the U.S. Forest Service measures trail capacity, which I personally find very interesting. As we look at those numbers, it's one thing to track the numbers, but it would be very interesting to see what they mean, what our metrics would be and how we would compare those. BOSAC feels our trails are being a little loved to death, which I know is a common sentiment right now, especially in our neighborhood, that neighborhood near French Gulch. So one mention was made about the troll and whether or not we should be planning for similar trail experiences. So like we talked about earlier, when the parking lot expansion and whether that really attracts more people to a certain area, there are other ways to maybe attract people away from a certain area. And so like the troll is a great example of that, of how to attract people to a different area in our community. And so that might be something that we look at in the future.
I don't understand where's the parking lot expansion?
Riley.
So it's the Riling Dredge. I believe it's, Jeffrey, correct me if I'm wrong. It's the little parking lot across from B&B.
The bottom of Mini Mine.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't have to be any bigger. What?
So part of the main reason why is, and that's a good question, is right, like, but to offer up what we talked about, it is part of the regrading and the kind of the restructuring of it to properly fit. But I mean, I'm not going to argue against your thought though, right? Because BOSAC has similar thoughts, and it is a question about whether the drainage could be, what other aspects could be fixed of that parking lot without making it bigger.
And what did you say, is it going to be like B&B? Like, is it going to get huge?
It's 12. It's going from 6 to 12, if I read that correctly. But yeah, 6 to 12 spots. Because it's really small right now.
I wonder what they're, what they use as the measurement for the car space. Because that B&B was just shocking to me. That was quite an expansion.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking.
And
So
really,
I guess I would be,
I mean, I would say Riling doesn't even seem like 6 cars right now. It's 6 cars sort of wonkily parked. If they do 12 actual
Yeah.
spaces, that'll be like 16 cars. You know, the way people will. Jeffrey, you look like you're biting your lip. Like you want this, or you're just pissed about
No,
it.
No.
Jeffrey, what are your thoughts? I'll put it out. I'll ask you. I'll put it out there.
I said it before. I think we're creating an attractive nuisance by putting so much activity, so much emphasis on that one recreational area, all the way from expanding the B&B parking lot to though I really love the Mineral Hill hiking trail, but then you have the mountain bike, the kids trail with 10 little features in that same area. That Mila Rose Trail is going to be a one-way kids mountain bike trail with 10 features, maybe like log lifting and stuff like that, and which will be a one-way loop, and that will bring people there. Then the Weber Gulch, you're going to connect. I really think, after last summer, there's just a lot of emphasis on that area, and to get through it, you drive through a dirt road through the most crowded locals housing area in town, or most dense. So yeah, I don't really know if we need to expand that area.
well, it seems like this exact conversation is what we're hoping the master planning process is going to really identify. Like, is this identified as the key, developed recreation area outside of the ski areas? And I guess I just feel a little bit like we're jumping the gun to be developing. And I know that I shouldn't say it like that, because I know that these are thoughtful processes and it has a lot of smart people looking at it. But I guess I just wonder how some of these projects plug into the master plan. But I know that we're not far enough along in the master planning process to know that, right?
Well, it's not a town project. This is just the county's just doing this, right? It's just County Road and Bridge decided this is something to do, or who's?
No, I think BOSAC decided. BOSAC, along with the Golden Horseshoe Advisory Committee. Like, check me if I'm wrong.
Well, according to the packet, it was not the Golden Horseshoe Advisory Commission. It's Summit County Road and Bridge and the town's street departments plan to move forward with expanding and realigning the Riling Dredge parking lot. Project plans include installation of a new culvert, improved turning radius when exiting the parking lot, regrading and resurfacing with recycled asphalt, and doubling the number of parking spots from 6 to 12. This project was discussed at a recent BOCC, so it's the county.
Yeah. Why is County Road and Bridge expanding this parking lot at our trailhead?
But it's worked in conjunction with open space.
Yeah,
so there's a bit of that too. So I think if we did want to say something, Rick, Shannon, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'd rather look into this a little more and understand what's driving it. And I hear it's very clear that it seems to be that there's not support for making this thing bigger. So what's behind it? And I'll make sure nothing gets done until we talk about it further. At least need to follow up on it a little bit.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that
So,
up here.
What's the Golden Horseshoe Advisory Committee? This sounds very cool.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Jeffrey, I apologize. It does say the Golden Horseshoe Committee. That's my fault. Yeah, so it's open space, our open space, and the GH committee. So the Golden Horseshoe Committee, originally, I believe there were more entities involved, but currently it has Breckenridge staff, Summit County staff, and U.S. Forest Service, and they meet periodically about monthly in the summer, and they talk about Golden Horseshoe issues. And I believe the order of operations is that BOSAC will talk about an issue and then Golden Horseshoe will talk about issues. But I'm not exactly sure about the sequencing there, but it's specifically, as I understand it, it's staff meeting to talk about Golden Horseshoe issues.
And there was some last night meeting, there was some confusion with the BOSAC commissioners were kind of unaware or but curious about the commission and less familiar with the commission, and the workings of it as they would like to be.
And I would say that's correct. I mean, it's always, my philosophy, at least personally, is that it's always good to have other people's, point of views. And so if those point of views are being shared by other entities, it would be great for, BOSAC to be informed of those.
Anything
Yeah,
else from BOSAC?
sounds like they should be like kind of hand in hand.
I agree.
Any other BOSAC news?
The updates to the trails plan and the open space plan that continues. Staff is looking at consultant options and some survey options to our community to gather some community input.
Excellent. Good. I'm glad that's going well. That's awesome. All right, Pro Tem, what do you got? Anything?
Well, I will say that Charlie Potatoes and Scrooge McDuck did the grant, and guess who Scrooge McDuck?
I'm assuming you.
Yeah, did the high school grants, gave away $35,000 to 15, I believe, recipients, and talk about good government. It's just the kids that we produce, not me, but the rest of you produce in our community, it's amazing, and it's such a feel-good event, and everything's going to be done virtually. Dick and I recorded the kind of the congratulation type stuff, and we worked closely with Peyton, who is awesome about allocating these funds to some just really good kids, some of them amazingly intelligent and needy. So it was great. We recorded that today, and that'll be going out. And other than that, just doing the voodoo I do so well.
You have to make sure that we get a link to this.
Yeah. There's one outtake that Haley shared with me.
Yeah, we'll have to send you the outtake. That's even better.
Oh, please do. All right, anybody have any other matters?
So Monday morning, City Market was redoing their display. And imagine a large wall, an impenetrable wall of water bottles, of one-use water bottles. I'm just saying that we might want to talk about it again.
Yeah, I agree.
At some point. I know it's on our radar. I just want to put it out there. And I just also want to say that I know tensions are really high right now, and just a reminder of mental health concerns and to check in on your neighbors.
Thank you for that, Aaron.
What's your address again, so I can look in on you?
What happened with, is the legislature still looking at the bill to allow localities to manage plastic? Okay. All right, so hopefully we're getting somewhere.
Good.
Dennis.
Hey, is Tim Barry still on? Tim, can we get an update on our eminent domain at the dam? Are we all settled?
We're very close. There's one property owner that James Phelps has been working with diligently over the last couple of weeks. I was told yesterday to make a final revision to one of the documents, the emphasis being on final, and that the property owner was prepared to sign.
Outstanding.
So,
Nice work.
I think I'm very, very optimistic that by the end of the week, we'll have this done.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good.
Dan. All right, anybody else?
I have one other thing, and I just, I know that, the ski area's gotten some good and bad reviews about mask wearing. And I just wanted to say, I stood in an epic line yesterday at 10 a.m. at the quick.
Oh,
Spit it out, Kelly.
yeah. I think that's God punished.
He was great.
You were frozen during that whole whatever you said. And you're still frozen.
I was giving props.
Giving props to the ski area, I think she said.
Mhm.
She have,
I think Copper Mountain is thwarting her
she's in
kudos.
develop-
Hey, speaking of ski areas, everybody aware that John Bueller's retiring?
No.
Yeah. They announced it yesterday, but they were supposed to go out at noon, but I think it kind of got lost in all the other news going on.
Hopefully they'll get someone equally as good looking.
So June, it'll be effective June, he'll be retired. And
Oh,
yeah,
good for him.
I'm assuming they're not going to ask our opinion.
Yeah, he'll be missed.
He will be missed. I enjoyed working with John. Anything else, gang?
Nope.
Hey, nice job tonight. You guys crushed it. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Happy belated birthday to Shannon.
Oh, yes. Happy birthday, Shannon.
Yeah.
Thank you
And,
very much.
Thank
Happy
you to
birthday,
the
Shannon.
people that showed up to watch. A little less than normal, but that's okay.
That's okay.
Have a great night, everyone.
Good night, all.
See ya.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.